Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to everyone on YouTube and the NRL community. Welcome to the NRL Season 5 Grand Finale of Division A and B, respectfully. We started off with 64 drivers 5 weeks ago, and now we are down to the last 28, where today we will find out who will be crowned champion of the NRL Season 5. Let's go. My name is Floor Genius Gaming, and I'll be your main host for the opening exchanges for the final in Division B, who I know will be nervous and want to produce the performance of their lives to become champion of Division B. Two people I know that won't be nervous whatsoever and will be screaming from the rafters are my amazing hosts alongside me, Toon and Tati. Toon, this is the second time that we've been together. How are you feeling ahead of this Division B final?
Well, Division B has been quite the wild card. That seems to be the trend with this division ever since its inception back in Season 3. And I will also throw out, I am very happy to be back in the booth with you. Honestly, Division B is full of surprises. So I honestly can't wait to see how everything shakes up. They've got a fast car. They've got a good layout on a fun circuit. And honestly, it's anybody's game at this point.
Yes, indeed. Certainly going to throw up a few shake-ups, that is for sure. And lastly, of course, we have Tati, who is in the second of the finals of NRL. How are you feeling ahead of today?
Pretty good. I will say that you don't know if I'm nervous or not. I am very nervous, actually. My job is to be the second camera, and I'm sure there's going to be so much action that, you know, I'm going to have to be McNaughty. I'm only one person. I'm so sorry I missed it all. I can't wait, especially for, Formula cars. I mean, this is completely different for everyone. I can't wait to see how these drivers step up.
I was trying to G you up there, Tassie, but okay, yeah, maybe feeling the nerves, but early nerves is always good, that's for sure. We are here at the NRL would, for the last time this season, like to extend a special thank you to our sponsors. The NRL would like to thank Henke's Tavern in the charming area of the Old Town Florissant in stunning St. Louis. In Missouri, that is. Whether you're a local of the area or just visiting, make sure you go on over to Henke's Tavern, where the drinks are flowing and the food is unbeatable, as confirmed by our Toon and Slow-Mo. So head on down to Henke's Tavern with some good company, take in the weather while you watch the NRL out on the patio, and tell them that the NRL sent you, because if you ain't first, we're open to 1 a.m. Thank you once again to Henke's Tavern for all of the love and support. We would also like to thank Little J CPA for sponsoring the NRL as well. For those of you watching in America, tax season is over, but making sure the books are in order is a year-round endeavor. So don't let anything fall through the cracks by going to Little J CPA. Motorsports has its hazards and obstacles, but rest assured you can steer clear of tax troubles with Little J CPA. Thank you, Little J CPA, for your support. Now, before we get into the race details, it's time for the honoured tradition of interviewing the man himself. So please give a round of applause and a warm welcome to the mastermind behind the NRL, the man with an A+ mind and a magnificent smile. It's McNulty. McNulty, how are you feeling today?
Hey, how's it going? I have goosebumps. I'm not going to lie. I'm looking at my arm right now and, you know, the hairs are starting to stand up a little bit straight. You know, we got 2 great races today. You know, anything can happen, as Toon always says. And I'm excited to see what actually is going to happen.
Well, you know, I'll try and take it easy on you, Minotti.
Appreciate it.
Yes, I am definitely going to throw out a few questions your way. That is for sure. So my first question to you, Minotti, what were some of the biggest obstacles when coming up with this season's races?
Well, I would say that being that this is season 5, we've done a lot of combos already. We've used a lot of cars, a lot of tracks, and keeping things fresh is a struggle when you reach the upper limits of race combinations. So, this game has just over 90 different layouts, right, to choose from, and in this season alone, we use 13 different race combinations, including the 2 races you guys are going to see today. So keeping things fresh, keeping things challenging, and always throwing a spanner into the mix, that's pretty difficult to plan. But I think we've done a good job this season, and I think we're gonna see a lot of twists and turns and unexpected surprises today.
Well, just following up from the answer you just given me then. So obviously you've planned all the races this season with a particular World Tour driver, it has to be said. How have the races actually lived up to your expectations this season?
Honestly, I think some of the strategies that the drivers have employed in particular races have exceeded my expectations. Right, we look at Grand Valley Highway, for example. That was designed to be either medium or one-stop soft to soft. But you look at Suzuka. What was going on there? What was going on with Le Mans? And just some of the abilities that the drivers have shown, surpassed anything that I've seen in testing. And Simon, big shout out to Simon, who has helped me with testing for season 4, but actually he was unavailable to help me test for season 5. So, if you guys are looking for someone to blame for these combinations, it's 100% on me, because, Simon was busy preparing for the Gran Turismo World Series. He did qualify. So, congrats to him. He's going to represent us well for not only, the NRL community, the United States of America, sorry, Flawed, and and Lamborghini as a manufacturer. So, yeah.
I thought you was going to say blame Simon, but okay.
I couldn't do that to him live.
Fair play. Tone, have you? Tati, have you got any questions? Firstly,
yes. My number one question, McNaughty, is why? No, I'm joking.
Why not?
Well, yeah, exactly. Why not? I guess maybe other people know the answers to this, but I'm still fairly new to the NRL community. So my question is, what made you want to start a league like NRL, like particularly with the way it's formatted, right? Instead of being one class, one type of race, it's pretty varied.
Right.
What was the inspiration?
Yeah, so the inspiration actually a couple years back, there was a league, and I won't say what league it was, but I participated in a league, and I had certain expectations as far as what that league would provide to me as a driver and a content creator. And I'll be honest, I was pretty disappointed. And instead of taking that negative experience and adding onto it in a negative way where, I could criticize that person or, say all kinds of bad things, this, that, and the next, I decided to take, the initiative and have NRL become what I always wanted to have for myself in a league, right? And that is to explore the full potential of the game in terms of different cars, right? So we have road cars, we have category cars, we have formula cars in this game. So I wanted to be able to use all of them. And then also I wanted to be able to shine a spotlight on the drivers, the hosts, the people behind the scenes, right? I really wanted it to be about the community. So that's why, whenever you guys see the driver cards, for example, or you see when we do the lineups, we we promote their socials, right? Like I want everyone to succeed, not just financially, but, you know, if you have goals with your YouTubes or your Twitches and things of that nature, I wanted there to be a platform for each individual to advertise themselves as well.
Yeah, I love that. That is amazing. I mean, all of it, right? The not just highlighting everyone and the community itself, but yes, being able to use this game to its fullest, so to speak, at least with all the categories of cars. And you've done great there.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Flawed, do you want me to ask another question or?
Well, before you do, speaking of financially, we have actually got 2 donations that have come through. We've got Leo with the $10 saying, "Let's go, everyone. Good luck. Don't crash out." And the sweetheart that happens to be speaking right now, Tatiana, with the $20 donation saying, "Let's do it." So thank you very much, Tati. Thank you very much, Leo, as well, for adding to the prize pot and just making things better financially for all the drivers and everyone at NRL. So thank you very much for the kind donations. And Tati, yeah, if you would like to continue on, whatever questions you got.
Absolutely. And man, like the drivers absolutely deserve it because, you know, this crazy man McNaughty here definitely puts them through it. And I hear that today's races, if anyone, whoever wins this race will have earned it the hard way.
The hardest, yeah.
The hardest. Yeah. I mean, you've done a great job at this sort of stuff. And it actually goes right into my last question, which is, can you tell us, and I don't expect you to be super long-winded about it, but can you tell us some of the process that goes into selecting combos for each race weekend? Like from conceptualization to testing and refining, and then to like the final decision of like, yes, let's put this one in, put it on the calendar.
Yeah, so I take a list of track layouts, some that we've used, some that we haven't used. I decide on that first, and then I scroll through the not the dealership, Brand Central, right? To see, what kind of what kind of cars look interesting. Can we throw in some different drivetrains? Can we throw in a car that would rely on sports tires instead of racing tires? And then, I look to pair things in ways that we haven't seen before, like in dailies, for example, right? So, or Gran Turismo World Series events. So this Division B race that's coming up is, a combo that we've never seen in this game before. So, I lean to try and find combinations like that. And even if we reuse a car, let's reuse it on a track that we haven't done before. So, once I figure that out, then we do testing to see how long a race can be and, what strategies we can form. So that is it in as much of a nutshell as I can squeeze it into.
No, that's good stuff. I mean, I've never created a league, but I am close friends with plenty of people who do, and some of the guys that I spend the most time racing with in this game are league creators, and so I get some of the inside chatter about what it takes to even make good racing, right? So this season for sure has been nothing but hits, like straight up, you have not missed. Every combo's been great. Every race has been great. We definitely appreciate you. I do have one last short question. Sorry, Flawed. I just want to know, next season, can we include some sort of mechanism? Let's call it a forced pinch hit, where if a host, myself, for example, I'm not saying this is me, but I'm just saying like maybe it was me. Like, can I just like pluck a driver out of a race and decide I'm racing for them? Because some of these combos look so fun. I just want to be behind the wheel.
I'll take it under advisement. How's that?
All right, let me know. Thank you.
And lastly, as well, Toad, I'm sure you've got many questions for the main man, so take it away.
Hey, McNaughty. All right.
Hey.
This is the 5th time you and I have done this, so this is pretty much, this is pretty much a familiar feeling for both of us.
Mm-hmm.
I do have to ask the question. So we've had an insane amount of interest in the league, especially from, season 1 up to now. Did you expect this league to grow as large as it has, as rapidly as it did?
Never in my wildest dreams. I was actually out last night with a couple of friends, and we were talking about the league and how it started off in season 1. We scraped together 23 drivers. The YouTube channel was much smaller. We didn't have any of these graphics or overlays or any of this presentation that you guys are seeing now. We literally, I remember that qualifying in Map Panorama, like I still had the background music turned on in the game and I couldn't figure out how to turn it off. And to start from something that was like just, wow, it was like a throwaway, and then it really just took off, and it kind of fed back into itself. So NRL happens, everyone's excited about it. People are asking me during my normal live streams, hey, when is NRL coming? And then it builds up hype, and then you come in, and then you get triple the amount of drivers in season 2, and I'm like, oh man, this is crazy. There was season 3, we had drivers globally. We had drivers in Australia, we had drivers in Europe, we had drivers in North America, and last season, we had such a talented roster of drivers. Like you never knew who was going to win until the last corner of the last lap. And season 5, obviously you guys have seen it, and if you're watching now for the first time, feel free to go and check out the playlist. Some of these races, you couldn't even imagine seeing the change in fortune from someone who you thought was going to win to someone out of the midfield running a genius strategy, and then showing up, crossing the checkered flag or the finish line in first. So yeah, I never expected it to be this big, but we'll take this momentum and we'll run with it.
Yeah, absolutely. I can't wait to see how far this league is going to go. I mean, production value alone puts a certain GWS to shame. And since we are in the end of our 5th season, I do have one final question for you. We've had plenty of race combinations since day 1 to now. If you had to do a greatest hit season of your favorite races from this and past seasons, what would that look like?
Oh man, there's so many to choose from, but I think the one that will be clearly at the top is the Nürburgring. I think it was Nürburgring Endurance at night. I think it was 5 laps around there. That one was pretty much the one that had me screaming in this chair that I'm sitting in right now. Like I think that one would be at the top, but then there's so many. There's Watkins Glen from last season. There is Tokyo from last season. I'll just stop there. I think that's a good 3 to start with. And I think by the end of today, at least one of these races today will eclipse one of those 3.
Oh yeah, definitely, given what we have in store. But with all that, thank you so much for your time, McNaughty. Flawed, back to you.
Okay, yeah, I mean, you spoke about the Nürburgring, the Nordschleife race, in the night. I mean, that was the infamous Flying Moose, wasn't it?
It was.
Moments, astronaut moose. And what was the saying too that you came out with?
I believe it was what in the green hell is going on? Yeah.
There you go. Yeah. So, I remember that very, very fondly. Can we expect any of them sort of combos to come up in the future again, or even maybe trucks at Lake Louise or something like that?
I mean, there's always going to be at least one race that will be new and unexpected, to test the waters, because how else would you know whether something can be incredible or not, other than to try it out.
True. I mean, we haven't tried the Fiat 500s yet, so that could be a possibility, right?
It could be.
Awesome stuff. Well, Manote, to be honest, I could ask you so many questions that will be here for 24 hours. So, but we've got work to do. But thank you so much for your time and answering the questions, very diligently. And obviously enjoy what's to come up for the Division B and the Division A finals. I was going to ask you actually any early predictions for this race in particular coming up for Division B.
No predictions. I'm not gonna tip my hand. There are certainly drivers that I think have a better shot, but I would love for, an underdog to, surprise us by finishing higher than their expected position. But, we got the top 14 drivers of each division racing today. So any one of them is deserving of a championship. So I'll just leave it at that.
I tried, guys. I tried to get something out of McNulty, but it didn't work this time. But thank you so much for your time at Naughty, and we'll get cracking with the main events. But great to speak to you as always, McNulty.
Thank you, and I'll be listening and watching in with everybody. Thank you guys so much for tuning in.
Thanks, McNaughty. You're amazing.
Cheers, McNulty.
Cheers.
Okay, so yes, on to the main event then. The first of the two races we have planned for you today, the Division B Grand Finale of Season 5. For this Division B final, we are in Europe for the beautiful island located in the heart of the Mediterranean Sea off the coast of Italy for the visit of Sardinia in its Road Track A reverse configuration. No qualifying for the final as the grid is set to the championship order from the group stage, where there'll be a grid start full start check ahead of a 1 hour endurance race. Track length is 3.18 miles with a total of 15 turns in a clockwise direction. They'll be driving the Super Formula 2023 cars. It's a 2-litre turbocharged car coming in with a whopping 625 brake horsepower at 9,000 RPM and weighing in at just 670 kilos in this mid-engine rear-wheel drive car. Balance of power is enabled with just brake balance to be tweaked, but have the KERS button at their disposal for overtaking opportunities. Mechanical damage is set to heavy with a tyre wear rate at ×2 and a fuel consumption rate at also ×2. All racing compounds can be used, but the hards are mandatory for this one. So no points allocations or race bonuses on this one, as this is the final race in Division B, with the race winner to become the Season 5 Division B champion. So can't wait for this one. And so for the Division B finals lineup, it is as follows. We have PHG Shaggy Doo, BHR Polaris Pango, we have Slick, Corridor 71, PHG Lead Pencil, Sugar Shuffles, Old Man Pip, PHG Mr. Omonde, Bandit, Stumpy, Jezza or J Senior, PHG Arrow, Parquet, and lastly we have Spawn. Please make sure you go and check out their streaming profiles applicable to them, as I'm sure they'll be streaming from their point of view. Making sure you keep a tab open for us in the NRL so you don't miss any of the racing action. So soon, Super Formulas at Sardinia Road Track A Reverse. Have you had a go on this combo before, and what are your thoughts on this combo in general?
I haven't taken a crack at this race, but Sardinia and Formula cars do go hand in hand because you can tune down the 1980s F1 car for the Sardinia money race. So it's Formula and Sardinia is a combination I'm quite familiar with. You just have to really send it in there. You can take the corners a lot more bravely than you might suspect, as opposed to, you know, the GT3 and the GT4 counterparts. But I don't know what to expect for this race. All I know with a shadow of a doubt is this is definitely one to absolutely give your undivided attention to, because we've got just a stacked grid. We have a ton of talented drivers. We've got some strategy in there. So 2 times fuel, 2 times tire. You have to run the hards. So it's anybody's game. This is a grand final. It is winner takes all, Flawed.
It certainly is. And Tati, what are your thoughts on this combination? And have you ever done any like league races on the Super Formulas at this particular location?
No league races, but I did actually do a lobby in this configuration and in this car once. And it was actually pretty fun. I'm not good at racing Formula cars, so I don't have a real good sense of what it takes to get all of the performance out of it. I'm not trusting of aerodynamics. I love driving GT and even street cars. But what I did find was exactly what Tuna said, is that it's actually a really good combination. The track, I love this track going the other way around. It's pretty good in reverse as well. So and it has good passing opportunities that I found, even in a Formula car, even without the experience. These guys have been practicing for a week. Like, they're going to be phenomenal here.
Yeah, I do agree with you on that. And plus, they do have the overtake button as well. So they'll have that extra bit of horsepower. So they should be able to make the move stick. But what I will say is that, you know, they've got a good hour. So not much curves to use, but they are just lining up onto the grid now. This is in championship order, so we have PHG Shaggy Doo in first and Polites Pango on the front row in second position as the red lights go out, and away we go for this Division B final. And it's a great start from Shaggy Doo as he gets in front of Polites Pango to sweep in front of him into turn number. Oh, there's a crash in the background. We may need to have a look on board to see exactly who it was and how it happened. But it was Corridor, was it? Okay. So yeah, Corridor at the back of the grid then. Really disastrous start for the guy who was in P4 then, as we look on board with the replay now. And he gets all sorts of sideways from the inside curve, and unfortunately wasn't able to save it, and he's going to have heavy damage. As we got more, is it contact in the background?
Yes, Stumpy, and it looks like Sugar Shuffle. Stumpy has a 2-second penalty from it.
Right, okay. So we're going to look on board with the replay then. Stumpy was in 8th position as we came up to this left to right hander. There was contact to Sugar Shuffles, and he went sideways into the barrier. And yeah, Stumpy gets a 2-second penalty and possibly damage as well. So really manic start to this race too. But yeah, certainly at the moment I was going to hand it over to you, but it looks like we got side-by-side action, or it was side-by-side action between Arrow and Spawn, and I think there was more contact as well, as Arrow I think went into the back of Old Man Pip or someone like that. But it is Spawn on the inside of the track, and it looks like a few of the drivers are moving down the grid, with Old Man Pip going down 2 positions then, as Spawn moves up into 7th position, with PHG Arrow in 8th and Old Man Pip into 9th position as we go into turn number 2. And it is a line of stern between the drivers. But Tati, what's happening on your end?
Well, looking at the front end now, all the drama's in the back. We had a couple good battles going there for third, I think. Well, no, it's still happening between Orman and Slick Rick. They're trying to get something going to maybe work together, catch up with Shaggy and Polias, who are working together. But guys, Parquet started this thing in 11th, had an incredible jump up the line, and is sitting in 5th place right now. I cannot explain it.
Yeah, it's certainly been a very manic start, and I am looking to get on board with Toon and get his thoughts. But at the moment, Ormonde is trying to defend from Slick, and Slick goes a little bit wiggly out of the exit. But yeah, Toon, what are your thoughts so far in this race?
Okay, I know I say anything can happen, but this is not what I had in mind. This has been a very dramatic 2 laps to start this race. I don't even know how to make heads or tails of this. It's already been carnage. It's been, you know, people jumping up the order, people falling way back down the order. We already had Lead go into the pits to get off the hards. Like, everything is already unraveling, and we haven't even been here for 5 minutes, Vlad. So if this is an omen of things to come, this is going to be an absolute cracking race in every stretch of the imagination.
Yeah, every shape or form for sure. I did notice that he actually had that his slip that is in P4 did have rear aero damage, so that will be slowing him down in the process as we look on board with Jezza right now in 7th position with a certain PhD arrow all over the back of him. Will he be using that curves button to slingshot his way around Jay Senior or Jezza to try and move up into that 7th position? Looks like Jezza is holding him off for the time being as we come through the medium speed right-hander, but it's looking like Arrow is looking rather competitive at this stage of the race. Jezza is using the racing hard tyres at the moment. He started in 11th, so he's moved up 4 positions in the race so far, so having a really good race so far. Yeah, he did actually pick. Oh, it goes wide though on the final corner of lap 3 then, and PHG Arrow was able to take full advantage and move back up into P6, but it looks like Jezza is going to come fighting back. He uses that curves button to perfection and moves back up into P6 too.
Yeah, he's definitely able to bounce back and get the position from Arrow, and with how he used that curve system, just moved past Arrow like he was standing still. Arrow's definitely going to have to find a opportunity to get that overtake on Jezzer and also make it stick. But unfortunately, you only have a fixed amount of curves in your vehicle, so you can't just, absolutely send it for a lap and hope you can get it back like you would with a hybrid system. So Arrow's going to have to really play methodically, and honestly, a lot of these drivers are going to have to play methodically to get these overtakes to stick, especially because they have another 54.5 minutes of this race and a fixed amount of go faster juice in their car.
Yeah, indeed. Yeah, 54.5 minutes to go. We've only played out 5.5 minutes, and already the grid has really shaken up. Sorry, Tati, obviously you have the spare camera, so anything happening your end at the moment?
Things are starting to settle down. There's sort of a battle going for 10th and 11th here. Nothing too dramatic, though. I do see Ormond pitting now, I guess, to get off those hards that he was on. Starting to see a shakeup already. Lead is coming up on traffic, by the way. He got on to the softs. He's coming up to Old Man Pip in 7th, who's rocking hards. So we'll see how that shakes out as he catches up to traffic now.
Indeed, yeah. Arrow all over the back of Jay Senior then, fighting it out for 5th position then. It's all shaking up very quickly indeed. And what I was going to say with who was it just pitted? Was it Mr. Ormond?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. So pitting at the end of lap 4 on the hard seems like very, very early to be changing tyres, but I do wonder whether or not he picks up any damage and was basically thinking, okay, we need to fix the damage and then maybe strike up a different strategy for the race. But my prediction was maybe the earliest they'll come in is lap number 6. As we look on board with Polias Pango there, it looks like he's got the slipstream over Shaggy Doo, and is he using the overtake? I think he's just using... Yeah. He was actually using the overtake there, so that's why he had the overspeed. Oh, as he goes a bit wiggly through the entrance of the first turn. Shaggy Doo's got the inside line. It gives him the space, but Polias Pango hangs it around the outside to stay in front of him for the race lead to.
Yeah, great job for Polias using the overtake strategically and using that slipstream as well to get the overtake to stick on Shaggy. It does look like Shaggy has used about a quarter of his overtake so far, so may have been a little liberal with the use and may need to reel it back a little bit because we're only 6 laps in and already being down a quarter of the overtake. I don't know, you can't really afford to use it all willy-nilly, otherwise you might lose out on going and taking P1 back, especially if Polias can keep up this momentum. I will say hats off to both of them for that side-by-side racing at the start of the lap. It was a great show of sportsmanship, great show of racecraft, and it looks like Shaggy is just doing what he can to stay within Polias' earshot. I do know the automatic transmission is probably not going to do any favors in this Formula One car, but it is a car you can't afford to, you know, rev the daylights out of to get a little extra oomph out of the car flood.
Yeah, indeed. And something I did notice as well, so Spawn up to P3 and Parquet up into P4. So I do believe that Spawn started from 14th position and Parquet in 13th position. So they paid up 10 positions each. Which, or it might have been 11 positions actually for Spawn and 10 for Parquet, as it looks like Arrow was sizing up an opportunity on Jay Senior, but wasn't able to make it work for him as we go through the technical part of Sardinia. But it looks like Spawn is leading the train of 4 cars then, as Spawn currently 1.4 seconds ahead of Parquet in P4, and then he's got a fast approaching Jezza and PSG Arrow as well for P5 and P6 respectively. But Spawn, as you can see from the card there, qualified in 14th position with 22 points. He might be live on YouTube now, so go and check him out at Dakara Spawn Black. Yeah, doing a really good job so far after 6 laps here at Sardinia. Road Track A reverse, and yeah, it's certainly shaping up to be a really, really good race. And certainly there is a lot of difference in strategies. There's a lot of drivers that have decided to use the hard tyres at the start, and there's particularly the drivers at the front that have decided to use the soft tyres. The hards are mandatory in this race, so it's good to sort of get the racing hard tyres out of the way, and it just depends on what other tyre they do decide to pick afterwards. But we've got Old Man Pip currently in 8th position at the moment. He started in 8th, so he's PSG Arrow going very, very slow. Did he hit a wall or not? I'm not 100% sure. He was going very, very slow, but Old Man Pip sweeps around the outside to move up into P7, and following suit was Mr. Amonde as well into P8. So Arrow losing 2 positions in 1 corner. So let's have a look on the replay now as we came up into turn number 2. Oh, there was a little bit of contact to Lead Pencil, and then he spins out on the not getting the traction on the exit there. So yeah, a little bit unlucky, and yeah, the speed differences between these cars and having to have cat-like reactions really to ever-changing speeds between the 2 cars and stuff. It's quite frightening for the drivers, and it seems like they're having a lot of problems right now. Is it almost a little bit of contact between Lead Pencil and Jezza as well, fighting out for P4, and Lead Pencil gets a 2-second penalty, so he will dive into the pits then. And he's also got front aero damage to boot as well, Tati.
Yeah, sorry, I was pointing that out. Yeah, he's got damage. I was just pointing at him because he was making his way through traffic, like very aggressively, and getting those positions back. And then, of course, that happens. That's going to be pretty devastating. I did want to mention something from a couple laps ago, Toon. You were surprised that the 2 front runners here, Polias and Shaggy Doo, had gone through about a quarter of their Go Fast juice by lap 6. I took a quick sweep through the field at that point. Everybody had used about a quarter of their juice, some a little more. So it's going early. I don't know if that's like, just jitters and trying to make sure they stay in the slipstream train, or if that was the plan all along. But people have been pretty heavy-handed with it.
Yeah, they have been. Sorry, have you got thoughts on that?
Oh yeah, I was gonna thank Tati for going and doing a quick pass through to get a lay of the land. You definitely have the advantage over us where you can go and cycle through the grid and, get a better understanding of the full picture. So the insight is very, very much appreciated. I do also want to quickly throw out that Shaggy has taken P1 back from Polias, but it looks like Polias is definitely not going to go down without a fight. And looking at Jay Sr. and Spawnflawed, we've got a move.
It's Mr. Ramonde on the parquet as he sweeps down the inside at turn number 1 to move up into P5. Parquet down into P6, but Parquet actually is using the racing hard tyres, so you would expect him to be a little bit slower at this stage of the race, but doing a very, very good job. We're on lap number 10 of what potentially could be around the 41-42 lap mark in this 1 hour race at Sardinia Road Track A Reverse. He's still up 7 positions from his initial 13th on the grid at the start. So still having a very, very good race right now, and looking well. We'll see what kind of strategy he has. But now we have a train of cars just behind him with RTS Bandit leading that train in 7th position, with Sugar Shuffles just behind him in 8th on the racing soft tyres. So you are expecting these to be going a little bit quicker than for the likes of Parquet, as it looks like Bandit is really visibly closing that gap to Parquet, with Sugar Shuffles also on the soft tyres, who started in 6th, down 2 positions from his grid start, looking to make amends and try to climb up the field too.
Yeah, Sugar Shuffles definitely had a less than ideal start, but is definitely not out, especially because...
Oh, we got another move too. We got another move.
Yeah. RTS Bandit and Sugar Shuffles are moving past Parquet at the moment, which means they will just be ever so closer to taking a battle for P5. But it looks like Sugar Shuffles isn't going to be able to really pull away from Parquet at the moment. Never mind, he just went and did it. So the soft compounds are definitely, the tire compounds are definitely coming into play, Vlad.
Yeah, they certainly are, and it's... Oh, Bandit goes a little bit wiggly out the exit. Sugar Shuffles should have the overspeed and move up into P6 then. That was a costly moment from RTS Bandit as he tried to get on the power, but got on the power a little bit too soon, and the rear tyres did not like that in the slightest. So Sugar Shuffles took full advantage there. Will he be able to hold off Bandit though? Bandit has got a full tank of overtake or KERS, so at some point he may use that to try and overtake the opposition, or maybe he's playing the smart game and maybe saving it for the end of the race, which is possibly something I would do. But Bandit, he did actually win a race in this season, grabbing a first position at Monza, and was able to qualify in 7th position with 29 points. He is actually on Twitch, rolled it twice, I think it was. So go and check him out, please, on Twitch, and give him that support. But leaving a tab open for the NRL, of course. But yeah, they're certainly closing up between P5 and P7. Of course, Parquet, we know, is on the racing hard tyres, so he's starting to drop back a little bit, but Bandit is putting Sugar Shuffles under all types of pressure, and certainly another driver putting all types of pressure to the car in front is Mr. Omonde as well in P4 then. He is 6/10 of a second and closing to the back of Spawn in 3rd position.
Guys, I have accurate back.
Yeah, exactly, go for it.
So, fighting for 13th and 14th, you won't believe it. Slick and Lead Pencil. I don't know what happened to Lead. He came out of the pits after fixing that damage and came out with even more damage. Front arrow, both front wheels are messed up. He started bleeding positions. And then I saw Slick going very slowly. He just got past him, and he's got front arrow and front right wheel damage as well. So both of these top running drivers now fighting for not last.
All right, and it's all kicking off at the front as well. So Mr. Ormonde did make the pass on Spawn, but then Spawn has retaken that position away from him down the pit wall straight then to move into second position, with Mr. Ormonde having to sweep behind. Oh no, Spawn's gone wide. He's gone way too deep. Ormonde up the inside, moves back up into P2, and Spawn down into sixth position.
Wow.
So we're going to have a look on the replay now, see exactly what happened to Spawn, but I do feel like he has gone way too deep on the brakes. So as we came up to turn number 2, yes, he didn't get on the brakes until the 50 board, and that was way too late. Lucky not to hit the barrier in front of him, but he loses out on 4 positions.
Ouch.
As Bandit... in fact, they're fighting it out. They're duking it out for position between the 3 drivers, and it's Bandit just in front of Jezza and Sugar Shuffles in P5, who had to dramatically get on the brakes to avoid making contact with the car in front. So it's Jezza going a little bit wide on the exit there. That is not going to help his cause, as Sugar Shuffles tries to close the gap to him, which is just under a second. It's so difficult to keep up with this. It seems like a lot of the drivers are making mistakes at funny times, and the positions are certainly changing hands at an instant as well. As we look on board with Shaggy Doo, he's already made that pit stop from the soft tyres. He's on the hard tyres now. He's rejoined in 9th position with a certain Corridor just behind him as well, who of course had that nasty accident right at the start of the race. So Corridor down into 10th position, but trying to make amends in this race at the moment, Toon.
Yeah, Shaggy definitely lost some positioning in that pit stop. And speaking of position changes, it does appear to be that those that started at the front of the grid and those that started in the back of the grid definitely capitalized the most from the event of the beginning of the race. As people in the middle of the pack were losing grip, you saw Spawn jump all the way up from last to third. And it looks like Corridor's getting ready to move past Shaggy, and those softs are showing a little bit of wear flood.
They certainly are indeed. Of course, had to pit at the end of lap 1, I think, Corridor, because of the mistake he made and having to fix his car. So able to move past Shaggy Doo, of course, having the superior grip on the soft tyres compared to the hard tyres. Bit of an unusual thing for Shaggy Doo to pit so early on them soft tyres. I have actually done a little bit of testing, and in testing, I actually managed to eke out 25 laps on the soft tyres. So bit of a surprise to see Shaggy Doo actually pit after what was it, 12-13 laps, I think. So I do wonder whether or not he picks up damage or not, and it's something that we've missed or not. But currently in 10th position, and he's got it all to do from that position. But we arrive on board with Sugar Shuffles in 5th position then, and he's currently 8/10 of a second behind Jezza right now, who currently occupies that 4th position. And then we've got Old Man Pip, who's now just behind Parquet. He's also on the hard tyres, so good pace from Old Man Pip, but fresher hard tyres. I think Old Man Pip, he must have been on the soft tyres before. I'm not 100% sure. Not 100% sure, but Parquet, of course. No, in fact, I think they were both started on the hard tyres, so because Parquet hasn't made the stop yet, and the tyre deg is very similar between the 2 drivers. Looking at the lap delta, Parquet's mainly been in the 1:27s, the odd 1:28. And I think with Old Man Pip as well, similar pace as well, so starting to close in on him. But we have got a certain Corridor just behind in 9th position then, of course, on them soft tyres. So he should be much quicker at this point, as he sets a 1:24 flat. So that tells you everything you need to know. He's currently 3 seconds a lap quicker than the hard runners. So moves up into P8 in front of Old Man Pip, and surely it's just a matter of time he'll get past Parquet into P7, Tattoo.
Yeah, there's action all over the place and interesting storylines playing out. Polide's Pengo just lapped Lead Pencil, who's in dead last, because, he took that early pit to get off the hards. I'm guessing he thought, hey, I can make this a soft medium or something, like it's worth the extra pit stops. But then he had to take another one, right, to fix damage. And now getting lapped, he's a whole lap down from first place. This is hard to call. I don't envy you up there.
Indeed, and Corridor has just made the pass on Parquet then to move up into 7th position. So, Corridor is on a bit of a charge right now. It's just going to be interesting to see how long he decides to stay on this stint of the soft tyres. He has already run the hard tyres, I think. It would suggest that maybe he'll do another stint on the soft tyres, as we look on board with Jezza right now, who's applying that pressure to RTS Bandit. RTS Bandit is going to defend the inside line at turn number 2 and defends it successfully, and Sugar Shuffles literally just behind him. So not only is Jezza trying to seize an opportunity on Bandit, but he's certainly got Sugar Shuffles big in his mirrors as well, so does need to cover all doors that may be open to Sugar Shuffles to defend that 4th position away from Sugar Shuffles, Tone.
Jezza is really in a rock and a hard place situation right now. He's got Bandit right there sitting on a podium, which, any racer will want to at least have a step on there, but he also has to be cognizant of the fact that if he makes too egregious of an error, he will lose a position to Sugar Shuffles and probably Spawn as well, as Jezza does get a little squirrely, it would seem, coming out of that corner, which does slow him down enough for Sugar Shuffles to catch up. And we're just approaching the halfway point, Vlad, and it's looking like these guys are far from done racing.
Yes, indeed. Yeah, it is changing on a sixpence right now, as it looks like Sugar Shuffles has got a run on Jay Celia right now, fighting for that 4th position, with Spawn coming fighting back as well. Of course, made that mistake earlier on in 6th position now, but he's looking for an opportunity up the inside, and he sneaks it on the inside to get past Sugar Shuffles, and that is what I was alluding to. Sugar Shuffles battling for the position of Jezza, but having to have half an eye open to what Spawn was doing behind, and Spawn took full advantage, moving up into 5th position, and now he's starting to hunt down Jezza as well. He wants that 4th position away from him, and I do wonder whether or not he'll be using that curse button, although not having too much left of it, so he must, I would imagine he will try and conserve it, but he would look to go up the inside now as Jezza left the door open, and Spawn gets through and moves up into P14.
Yeah, great move from Spawn, getting 2 positions in not even a quarter of a lap. Spawn is definitely driving like a man on a mission. Started last all the way up to P4 at the moment. I highly doubt Spawn is anywhere close to done. These guys are giving it everything they have, as they should. Thing is how this is a winner takes all race.
Yes, indeed. And these interviews are going to be went for a late lunch, or maybe Old Man Pip got on the brakes too sharply, but there was nearly contact between the 2 drivers, but Parquet certainly closing that gap to Old Man Pip as we come across the line to start lap number 19 of this 1 hour race, and Parquet now will be trying to force a mistake from Old Man Pip as we go into turn number 2. And Old Man Pip, as smooth as you like, and no way past for Parquet, but we do have Lead Pencil in 14th position, who is not having the best of things right now. We know he's got the pace, but currently right now, 14th position, he is on the fresh soft tyres, but there's a long way to go if he's going to survive on them soft tyres, as he looks to slingshot his way past Parquet to unlap himself then and try to get on with his race and try to catch up with the rest of the grid, I think, Tati.
Yeah, the thing is, it's a long race, right? Longer than the other rounds, I guess. So he's got time to fix this. If he can keep that car healthy, stay on the track, and do what he's got to do. He's got to put his head down. He's definitely got a long way to go and a long time to do it. And a long way to get there, huh, Smokey? Anyway, I will say that fresh softs and a full tank are not that full tank hurts this car. I'm watching Shaggy do. He's got fresh softs and a full tank. Stumpy on worn softs and less than half a tank has been keeping up with him very well. I think only in the last half a lap as he lost a little time to him. For like 3 laps there, he was right there under his wing. So drivers who have taken that pit stop and have a full tank of fuel are gonna have to be careful. You can still lose positions. Don't push it too hard. You know, it's not worth it. Just work your strategy.
Yes, indeed. Yeah, it certainly does need to be a smooth operator, but I have done testing, and you can actually get 25 laps out of them soft tyres. They do get very scribbly towards the end of its tyre life, but you can actually get about 28 laps in a full tank of fuel. So I do believe the drivers will be running roughly 41 to 42 laps in this race. So he doesn't need to stop. But let's have a look on board of the replay as we had Corridor on Sugar Shuffle. And he makes the move on Sugar Shuffles then to move up into 6th position. So good little move there from Corridor. Them soft tyres, I think, will be hurting as Sugar Shuffles comes into the pits from 7th position on them worn out soft tyres with 32% of fuel. So it remains to be seen how much time he's going to lose in the pits, because time is quite a long time spent in the pits at this location. So we've got Police Pango with a commanding lead at the top of the grid then. He's got a 22-second lead over Mr. Armande, but he will need to serve his pit stop probably in the next... I don't know, probably about 6 or 7 laps, I think. So, but he's doing a very, very good job, and he's under no pressure whatsoever. So he's able to just, in fact, he dives into the pits now. So I'm quite surprised by that, actually. So dives into the pits with 27% of fuel on the soft. So it looks like quite a lot of the drivers have decided to do the 2-stopper. Now, I did kind of feel like in testing that the 1-stopper was quicker. Based on the time that I put in, but yes, of course you can do 2 stints on the softs, 18 laps each, which would suggest that Pango's gone slightly longer as was it RTS Bandit just coming into the pits from, I think it was P3 at the time. So Spawn going past and Jezza going past for P2 and P3 respectively. Corridor now going past in P4, and Police Pango rejoins in 5th position then, with Old Man Pip just 10 seconds behind him in 6th position, with RTS Bandit into the pits and Parquet into the pits as well. And I have to say, the way that Parquet is running this race right now, it's actually looking pretty good here. He's just done the hard stint. I would imagine he's going to go onto the medium stint, and should he not crash into any barriers or other cars, run it till the end of the race. So this is certainly going to be interesting, I think, too.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be real interesting, and it does look like Polias did get the more favorable pit strategy in, just seeing as how they came in first and then went out in 5th, so they're not set too terribly far back. And judging by some of these drivers that are still rocking the hards, I definitely foresee a lot of them just doing a 1-stopper. Now, I don't know if it's just going to be a splash and dash. I don't know if they're going to change over to the softs at the tail end of the race. But given the tire wear and the fuel burn that we have right now, it's hard telling.
Yeah, it is hard telling, and something that, you know, we haven't been able to know about is obviously it's been a very manic race, isn't it? And there could have been some collisions with the barrier, because it's very easy to do in this. It only takes a 1 second moment, and it can jeopardise your race for sure. But certainly so far, just looking at the grid order, we've got Jezza at the moment. He's in a very good position, in third position. I do believe he'll run them hard tyres till the end of the race then. I could be wrong, but in fact, he won't be, because I just realised that he's only got less than a quarter of a tank. So he won't be able to run till the end of the race then, but he's certainly in a good position. Looks like Corridor has made up many positions then, and he's now up into P4. Of course, had that accident at the start and was at the back of the grid, so he's made up 10 positions from that moment. And Corridor currently with quite worn racing soft tyres and not too much fuel, so he will need to make another pit stop. But he's certainly made good progress so far, and them lap times do suggest how good he's been during this race, as it looks like Jezza has moved into the pits then to get off them tyres, and we'll see what tyres he does select afterwards, with Spawn also into the pits as well from P4, or I think it was initially P2 at the time. But Mr. Amonde then is the new provisional leader in this race with a 13.2 second lead over Corridor. But of course, both drivers will need to make that pit stop very shortly. So it would suggest that Pango is in a really good position, in third position right now. So once they do make their pit stops, perhaps Polias Pango will be in a very commanding position, and we'll see whether or not he can come home in first position to be crowned the champion of Division B. But so far, Mr. Ormonde looking pretty good, as I was referring to with the lap delta. So Corridor has been running 1 minute 24s consistently. Mr. Ormonde at the moment is currently running 1 minute 24s. He's got a few 1 minute 25s mixed up in the middle of this stint as well, but certainly good. Yeah, definitely very good pace from Mr. Ormonde at the moment, as Corridor does come in to the pits from a second position then with 12% of fuel, and I think he's gonna have one more stint on the soft tyres, so we'll see where he rejoins in due course. But Shaggy Dude now making good progress, who's now up into fifth position. He's on the soft tyres and he's got about 3/4 of a tank, so I think he may have enough fuel to last him the rest of the race. We'll have to wait and see, as he jumps up 2 positions from Corridor and Old Man Pip to move up into third position. Spawn up into P4, Jezza in P5, and Corridor rejoins in 6th position. Tati.
Yes, I actually just watched the rejoin. I thought he might come out in heavy traffic, but he actually did a good job splitting the difference between J Senior and Sugar Shuffles. So that's interesting. Pit stops have been shuffling this up all race long, and I still think it's almost anybody's race. I know Polias is doing really well with his strategy, and so as Mr. Roman, but you said a mouthful a few minutes ago, and you said as long as you keep it out of the barriers, right? This is a street race. The barriers are close and they are intimate, so it's easier said than done for sure.
It is indeed, and 2 drivers that will need to be very careful is Spawn and Jezza as they fight out for that 4th position. Then Spawn has got the upper hand right now, and he's got the inside line. I'm not sure what that line was from Jezza, whether or not he was looking to perform the old switcheroo. Spawn is defending for his life here though, which I don't know if he really needed to do that at that stage. But as we come into the final turn of lap number 25, Jezza didn't get the best exit there, and Spawn is able to develop a 7 to 8/10 of a second gap to Jezza, who currently is in P5. But one thing I have just noticed, that Jezza has got a lot of that overtake button to use, so he could use that at his disposal to keep in that slipstream of Spawn, as it looks like he has actually closed the gap already to about half a second. And yeah, you just cannot take your eyes off of this, because you blink for one moment and there will be an overtake, and Oh, Jezza goes a bit deep, and there was nearly contact between the two drivers. Yeah, that was too close for comfort indeed. And I've just seen a donation. Sorry.
So I was saying Jezza's on the soft, so Spawn's on the mediums, and I think that's why Spawn's defending, right? Trying to get him to burn those softs up as much as possible. He will pass him eventually, though.
Yes, I think you could well be correct there, Tati. I was just about to mention that we've got a $10 donation from Turtle Shell saying, for the great commentary, very professional. Well, you know, I was going to say we didn't have to pay you for saying that, but of course you did just pay some money in. So mistake for Spawn on the final turn of lap number 26 then, as I just peered my eyes over to the screen, and perhaps we might get a replay of that and see exactly what happened, but it looked like maybe he was under all types of pressure from Jay Senior and got on the brakes late. Okay, he did turn into the corner well, but perhaps applied the throttle a little bit too soon, went out wide over the kitty litter, and he's lost a couple of positions again down into P6, Tattoo.
Ouch, that is painful, but there you are, right? The barrier's right there. Got into the kitty litter. Yeah, I guess it caught his tire. It's hard to explain what happened. I don't know if it was a throttle issue or if it was the kitty litter just dragging him out there, but there was nowhere he could go. Barrier's right there, 6 or 7 feet off the road. That changes things, huh?
It really does indeed. But Sugar Shuffle's now looking to try and get. Oh, Spawn just lets off the gas there to let Sugar Shuffles through. So I'm not 100% sure what's happened. That was a little bit random from Spawn. But yeah, Spawn down into P7 and Sugar Shuffles up into P6, and Corridor is now fighting for that 4th position over Jezza as he uses that overtake button to get the overspeed, and it's looking, well, they're side by side, but it's looking like Corridor has got the overspeed to move up into P4, although Jezza is going to try and fight it down the inside as he looks to see it. In fact, it's an overtake on Mr. Amonde then, so Corridor up P3, Mr. Amonde down into P4, and Jezza wasn't able to sneak past him, but will be all over the exhaust of Mr. Amonde as we look on board with the replay. So it was Mr. Amonde that came out of the pits and of course would have not had the speed going into turn 1, and the two drivers having the overspeed, and it was time to perfection for Corridor. Jezza wasn't able to take advantage and slip up the inside, so Mr. Amonde will hold off Jezza for that 4th position for the time being, but Jezza perhaps very, is he gonna go up the inside? Mr. Amonde left the door open, didn't take that opportunity though, and they remain in the same positions. Yeah, just to continue on from what I was saying to Turtle Shell, thank you so much for the $10 donation, which will definitely go into the prize pot. So thank you very much, and thank you for the continued support as well. We thank everyone on behalf of NRL for the kind generosity that the community have been providing the drivers and everyone in NRL in general. Thank you very much. Yes, so back onto the commentary. It looks like PHG Arrows coming into the pits from 7th position, but we have got a 3-way fight for that 3rd position then, as Corridor gets a much better exit than Mr. Amonde, who should be able to hold off Mr. Amonde for the time being, but we have got a certain Jezza that is trying to grab that P4 away from him, who's looking rather competitive. Oh! Mr. Amonde goes deep, and Jezza up the inside to move up into P4. Mr. Amonde might use the overtake to come back at him, but Jezza takes full advantage to move up into P4. He's ducking and weaving at the moment. Mr. Amonde looking to sneak past Jezza, but I think Jezza is going to hold off Mr. Amonde for the time being to remain in P4 too.
Yeah, Mr. Amonde, Jezza, and Corridor are all in a very, very tricky position right now. If you're at the lead of this charge, you outbrake yourself, you're losing 2 positions. If you're in the back like Mr. Ormonde and you get a corner just a little bit more wrong than you would like, then, you know, trying to fight for the podium is out of the question. And really, we've got 17 and a half minutes left. These guys are definitely feeling the pressure. They have to be feeling the fatigue now because these cars are not delicate. And all in all, like, coming into a hard braking zone like turn 2 right here, it's just a lapse in judgment, or you lose focus for a split second and it could cost you a lot.
Yes, indeed. And yeah, I'm struggling to keep up with this right now because it is changing every lap. Literally every lap as we look on board with PHG Arrow now as he looks to try and challenge Old Man Pip for that 8th position. Old Man Pip closes the door on him though, and Arrow is going to have to be a little bit more patient to try and move past Mr. Pip. But for the time being, Arrow is going to try and force a mistake from him and see if he can sneak through a gap that presents to him. But Old Man Pip doing a great job at the moment as we see Spawn down into 10th position now. Has he made a further mistake? Because I do believe he was a bit further up when we last looked at him.
I did see him have to pit for damage, him and Bandit.
Okay.
Or, I don't know for sure if Spawn's pit was for damage. I know he was in pit lane. Could have just been for tires, but Bandit did pit for damage.
Okay, yeah, I do remember that now. Didn't see where he rejoined, but that's obviously it. But looks like Arrow is all like literally touching bumper to bumper with Old Man Pip as we come into the last turn of lap number 30. Old Man Pip goes a bit sideways, and Arrow up the inside moves up into P9 temporarily. I think Old Man Pip is using that overtake button. I think, in fact, it's P8 and P9 now. And yeah, that was well, it's mistakes galore for the drivers, and Arrow at the moment looking good for that 8th position too.
Yeah, it's looking really good for Arrow right now, but you got Pip and you got Spawn. I know Spawn is on the medium, so there's that nice happy medium between the speed of, you know, the softs in a sense, and then you got the longevity of the hards. It's like a mix of both worlds. But if Spawn is planning on staying out for the... Oh, no, Spawn's on the mediums. My apologies. Spawn
he's on the softs.
Yeah, that was a miscue by me. I apologize, but I don't know. Spawn's in good position right now to start climbing back up the ranks, but with just under 15 minutes, it's going to be a bit of a tall order.
It is indeed. We've got battles all over the grid, and Tati, it'll be interesting to know what is happening on your end whilst we still got the opportunity.
So, Corridor and J Senior, Mr. Armand, he's falling behind a bit. So, but he's still hanging on in there. He's got plenty of overtake juice if he wants to.
Oh, was there contact between Old Man Pip and Spawn there? It looked like Spawn had to really get heavy on the brakes there. It looked like some inconsistent braking there as we look on board with Spawn now. So in front of him was Old Man Pip. And yes, there was contact. There was contact between them. Yeah, it did look like Spawn was going rather slow. Lucky not to pick up damage for that, though. But yeah, Old Man Pip just unusually getting on the brakes a little bit harder than perhaps what was necessary. And lucky that the pair of them didn't pick up damage. But for the time being, no harm done. Old Man Pip still in 9th position and Spawn in 10th position. But it does look like Spawn is certainly looking a little bit racier at the moment as he closes back up to Old Man Pip. And yeah, I think he will be trying to seek an opportunity when it does present to him. But we've got 13 minutes left of this 1 hour race at Sardinia Road Track A reverse. And yeah, it's certainly hotting up now, particularly in 3rd, 4th and 5th position. We've got Corridor 3rd, J Senior in P4 and PHG, Mr. Armande in 5th position, where I think it's going to go right to the wire, I think, Tessie.
Yeah, I mean, these three drivers are staying together. They've got similar tire wear to one another, and similar fuel loads as well. Not exactly the same, I'll be honest. Actually, I lied. J Senior has way less fuel than Mr. Armand. Mr. Armand might have overfilled, actually. He's sitting at 3/4 of a tank. I don't think you need that much to finish the race here.
No, you definitely don't need that. Yeah, that would have
cost falling behind.
Yeah. And you know, he could have been in a much better position as well, because the fuel, the refuel time is quite slow around here. So that would have cost him valuable seconds. So he might have been potentially be in a third position right now or better. So yeah, costly mistake from him. But yeah, certainly looking rather close, actually, because someone I didn't notice is Shaggy Doo, who's currently in second position. He's only 2.3 seconds up the road from Corridor for P2 and Corridor P3, and Jezza or J Senior, I'm always going to get them mixed up, but he is in fourth position with a 2.5 second gap between Corridor and Jezza as well for P3 and P4 respectively, and then Mr. Armando not too far behind in fifth position as well. So certainly a four-way battle is starting to brew up between the four drivers, and as we approach the final 10 minutes of this race, certainly going to get tasty, I think, Tone.
Oh yeah, it's definitely going to get tasty. I do know that Shaggy is pretty much out of the go-go juice in terms of the curve system. Corridor has plenty to spare. There's about 11 minutes left, so if there's any time to, you know, lighten the load and start, you know, holding whatever your overtake button is, I think now's the time. Corridor, really all he has to do is just line himself up and he can get the overtake on Shaggy Doo. Polias, though, is just gone. So at this rate, I predict it's going to be a battle for the last two steps on the podium as opposed for race lead for the last 10 minutes, Vlad.
It's looking that way indeed, and I just got to point out as well, we've got a donation from Island Grown. It is a Canadian $10 donation there. So thank you very much, Island Grown. He's saying these finalists are making a great job. Well done to the whole production team and racers. Thank you so much for that kind donation. You're all absolute legends, and we can't thank you enough as you really build up that prize pot for everyone. So big thank you and big shout out to Island Grown for that, and hopefully you're enjoying the race as we look on board with Shaggy Doo, and Corridor has really closed that gap up to him now to beneath half a second then, as it looks like Corridor is looking in prime position to steal that second position away from Shaggy Doo. So we'll remain on board for the time being, because yeah, Corridor's on the soft tyres at the moment. I think Shaggy Doo is on the hard tyres. Oh, he's on softs but worn. Right, okay, my apologies. So yeah, certainly making a big difference then. Corridor on much fresher tyres than Shaggy Doo. Yeah, we can see the graphic now. So he's got half tyre degradation on them soft tyres, and Corridor is smelling that second position there as we come out the final turn of lap number 35. Corridor is surely going to sneak past him, then up the inside, out of that slipstream and through to turn number 1, and moves up into second position, Tati.
Yes, wow, that was a fantastically brave move to do it in turn 1, but he got it done there. I think that Shaggy for sure is out of go juice. So Corridor still has a tiny bit that he can maybe try to use to get Shaggy out of his slipstream, but it's not a ton. So he's gonna have to be careful with that. Obviously, behind these two, there's not really a whole lot of action. Everyone's pretty spread out across the track.
Gone wide. Oh, I thought Shaggy Doo was gonna take full advantage there. Corridor went a little bit wide in the braking zone, but yeah, it does look like even so, Corridor was able to hold on to that second position with them fresher tyres. So yeah, Shaggy Doo perhaps maybe, well, trying to fight to stay in that tow of Corridor, but obviously must be wary that Jezza is only 2.5 seconds behind him as well. Yeah, you know, certainly that car is going to be feeling a little bit squirrely as the soft tyres do start to degrade even further. So it looks like Shaggy Doo, you know, barring a mistake from Corridor, maybe Shaggy Doo will be having to concede and just try to hold on to that third position, because Corridor is starting to streak ahead now. The gap is 6.5 tenths of a second, so even though Shaggy Doo is in that slipstream, he's going to have the dirty air into the corners. And that's where he's going to be losing time. As you can see from the delta there, it's risen up to about a second now. So Corridor in prime position to have this second position. Polaris Pango in a comfortable lead, as we mentioned. Over 20 seconds is the lead from Polaris Pango to Corridor, but certainly still very close between 4th, 5th and 6th position. So certainly this race is definitely not done to.
You know what, Flaw?
Oh, no, it's definitely not done. Go ahead, Tati.
I just have a question. I'm sorry. Do either of you know what tire compounds Pango has taken? Does he owe another pit stop?
I think so.
Yeah, he might do. He might have to do the. Oh no, wasn't he one of the drivers that only did 4 laps on the hards?
I thought he pitted very early on the hards. I thought he got off early, like Lead Pencil did.
That's what I was thinking. So I can't 100% confirm this. If anyone knows in chat what the situation is with Pango, then do let us know. But I've got a feeling he did the hard stint for 4 laps right at the start. So
him or Mr. Armand who did that. But I've got a feeling it's Pango though. But I guess we'll wait and see, because we've got 6 minutes left of this race on lap number 38. I do believe there's at least another 4 to 5 laps remaining in this race. So yeah, we'll find out in the next few laps for sure. I've got to shout out Titanium for the humongous donation that she just provided us. A $50 donation saying a thank you to Manulti and for everyone's hard work from the drivers to production and stewards. You are appreciated. Well, Titanium, I mean, that is a ridiculous donation, and we thank you for such a kind gesture that I know that everyone in NRL production, including yourself actually, and of course us in the booth, in the driver booth, Jesus Christ, commentary booth, and everyone racing throughout this season as well. We really appreciate it, so thank you very much. And yeah, we are in the dying embers of this race. 5 minutes to go then. What is going to happen here? Is there going to be more racing action? Well, it would suggest it right now, because Jay Senior right now currently in P4, and he's starting to close in on Shaggy Doo. Shaggy Doo's going to have the inside line for turn number 2. Jess is going to have to go around the outside, or maybe try to perform the old switcheroo, which can be a dangerous thing. So for now, he's going to have to touch back behind Shaggy Doo for the time being. Oh, as he goes a little bit wide, he's got the dirty air from the car in front of Shaggy Doo, of course, and very lucky not to spin it on the grass. As Shaggy Doo looked like he went a little bit deep, but he's able to hold on to P3 for the time being. But Jay Senior, of course, he has got a fair chunk left on that Kurz button. So this is the opportunity, really. He should have maybe took it there to try and get past Shaggy Doo, but maybe waiting for the start. Pango in the pit.
Oh, Polaris Pango in the pits. So perhaps he didn't run the hard tyres then, and he's got a 27-second lead as he came into the pits then. I do believe, I don't know if he's definitely got enough fuel. I think the pit lane loss is about 20 seconds. So he should come out in front of Corridor, which he does. But what is the gap going to be now? He definitely went onto the hard tyres there. I saw it. And the gap, well, it's pretty comfortable still. It's still 10 seconds between Polaris Pango and Corridor then. Yes, so he does obviously still need to do 3 laps on the hards, as we're on lap number 40. But yeah, I mean, I mean, it depends how quickly you can get them tyre temperatures up, as we see Jay Senior then move up the inside of Shaggy Doo as he just clips the barrier on the outside as well, which certainly didn't help his cause. And yeah, it was as easy as it can be. I think Jezza also used a bit of that overtake button. Okay, Shaggy Doo takes that position away from Jezza. Did he make a mistake, or did he just go through? I think, okay, we're going to have a look on the replay now to see exactly what happened. So as we came into the hairpin, no, Jay Senior just went wide onto the grass, couldn't get the power down, and there was Shaggy Doo to take full advantage and take the last step of the podium away from Jay Senior. So it's definitely like a yo-yo right now, but Shaggy Doo still has that P3, and Jezza is down in P4. It looks like he's lost a fair chunk of time as well. It's 2.3 seconds between the pair of them. Yeah, I mean, Tone, you literally can't take your eyes off of this right now.
No, you definitely can't. And it looks like Polaris' gap to corridor is starting to plummet a little bit. And I have noticed the lights above the Super Formula cars, so it seems that red is indicating you're below a quarter of a tank of your overtake, and then green means you have above, and then, well, when the light's off, that means you're out. So anybody driving with bumper cam should be able to, you know, kind of get an indicator of whether or not they'll have to worry about another driver using their overtake. I mean, in the case of Jay Senior has plenty to spare, so I would suspect that we'll be seeing him going and just dumping as much as possible over the next minute of this race.
Yes, indeed. And Tati, just quickly to come to you as well, as we approach the final embers of this race, anything going on your end?
Well, there was an incredible battle for P5 going between Sugar Shuffles and Mr. Armand. Sugar used the last of his overtake to try and catch up to Mr. Armand, but Mr. Armand still had plenty and was using it to get back. They swapped positions at least 3 times, and then ultimately Armand hit the wall. He's got front end damage, and one of the front wheels is damaged, and so he's lost out on that position for good. But he still has some overtake juices if he needs to defend against someone.
Yeah, this it looks like it is the final lap for the drivers. I did say 42 laps, didn't I? So yeah, so we've got 20 seconds left of the race, and this will be the final lap for the drivers. Then he's got a comfortable 6-second lead over Corridor, although will the nerves be kicking in? That is the question, because he is on them racing hard tyres, so he certainly needs to be the smooth operator to nurse the car through the lap and claim the victory here at Sardinia Road Track A reverse. We'll see how he gets on, but yeah, he's certainly been very consistent throughout this championship, and with his record as well of always finishing on a podium. He's actually had 1 win and 2 second positions, but this is the important one as he comes down the start finish line and claim the checkered flag. BHR Polaris Pango is the champion of Division B in the NRL Season 5. Corridor grabs an excellent 2nd position, and Shaggy Doo grabs 3rd position, which rounds up the podium. So congratulations to all 3 drivers. Sugar Shuffle should just about finish in front of Jay Senior. Takes that 4th position away from him, I think. In fact, he was just in front of him, but he did make the move on the last lap, I do believe. So Sugar Shuffles grabs P4, Jay Senior grabs 5th position, but yeah, that was a valiant effort from Jay Senior. Unfortunate not to take home bigger honours. We've also got Mr. Mondays come across the line in 6th position, and Parquet is coming across the line now to finish in P7 and spawn into P8.
God,
as the race ends.
Sorry, no, I'm so sorry. You go ahead.
No, it's okay. Tati, what are your thoughts?
No. Give Polaris his flowers, and then I'll come in.
I already have, but I will as I read out. But anyways.
All right, fine. That's a cool livery on his jacket. I just realized Bandit crossed the line with 100% go fast juice. Do you think he didn't realize this car has overtake?
He might not have
12th.
applied the button, maybe. That's what I'm thinking.
Oh.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, but yeah, strange because it definitely gives a big advantage to the drivers for sure. But I'm going to read out I suppose the provisional Division B finals results. But BHR Polias Pango, congratulations to him. He is the Division B finalist champion. So congratulations to him. He managed to hold off Corridor by 5 seconds, but Corridor, it was a great fight back for him, and he finished in second position. PhD Shaggy Do as well, who was the points leader going into this, started from pole position, has to settle for third position, but still a great finish for him ahead of Sugar Shuffles, who finished in P4, Jezza in P5, PHG, Mr. Ormonde in 6th position, 7th position went to Parquet, and in 8th position we had Spawn. Then 9th position we had PHG Arrow, and then PHG Lead Pencil top 10. That must be a huge disappointment for him. I know he definitely had pace, but certainly a hard track like this, mistakes can happen, and he has to settle for 10th position. Old Man Pip grabs 11th position ahead of RTS Bandit without his curse button in 12th position, Stumpy in 13th, and PHG Slick in 14th position. Wow, what an absolutely fantastic race we just endured there. Toon, what are your thoughts?
Honestly, that was an insane race. But as we were going through the standings, I did notice something that caught my eye. Spawn was in the 2019 Super Formula as opposed to the 2023.
Oh, good spot there, Toon. I think that may be a DQ for him then, unfortunately. It's very important to select the right car there. So, unfortunately, it'll be a DQ for him, and it will propel, I think it was PHG Arrow and who did I say was 10th?
I think it was
Lead Pencil, wasn't it? Yeah, so that will propel them up a position. So, unfortunate, but it's unfortunate. But anyways, we get the thoughts of the top 3 drivers now, but we're going to speak to the race winner and Division B champion, BHR Polias Pango. How are you feeling?
Pretty great. It was a fun race overall. Congrats to everyone else who competed as well in the final. I mean, you made it look very easy out there, I have to say. Tell us about your race. Tell us about your strategy and how it played out for you. It's definitely harder than it looks, even with that kind of gap. Kind of going into it knowing that I was going to be starting on the front row. My thought was start on the softer compounds, hopefully get a gap, and then depending on how traffic laid out, either go hards like maybe 1-2 laps and then back to softs, or ride out another set of softs into hards, which I end up doing.
Yeah, it certainly played out to perfection there. I mean, yeah, you could pretty much cruise home at the end there. But no, honestly, congratulations to you, Polias. It was a great performance. You are the Division B champion. Let that sink in for a moment as I head over to Toon. If you've got any questions for our Division B champion, please.
Oh, absolutely. So, Polias, I just want to start off with, I know for a fact myself, Leo, and Titanium are so proud of you. Congratulations. I do want to ask what your thoughts were for, the start of the race. It seemed like everything was going good, but once you and Shaggy rounded the first turn, it was Carnage City. Did you get a glimpse of any of that in the rear view as the race was starting?
Actually, no, because I feel like with the Super Formulas, I'm better with the bonnet or hood cam opposed to like the bumper cam. So I only saw a little glimpse of the arrows in my little radar thing.
a little bit of that carnage of that mess, but racing to Shaggy nice and clean when we were able to pull that gap and be able to have some nice clean battles while we had him.
Understood. Yeah, you had a fantastic race. Tati?
I actually don't have any questions for you, Polias. I just want to congratulate you. I mean, this was hard fought. Your strategy worked out fantastically. You did what you had to do to build that gap, get out there, jump on the hards with enough of a gap that it didn't matter how slow they were. You know, you basically just had to bring the car home. I guess I do have one question because I don't remember. Did you ever get any damage? I feel like everyone had at least a little damage at some point.
At a moment, I think battling with Shaggy where I just completed the overtake, went a little bit too wide, grazed the wall. Luckily, I didn't get any sort of damage.
Oh,
But
nice.
I think that was the closest that I've had to it during that race.
Well, then a nearly flawless performance. Congratulations, man.
Thank you.
Yeah, and I suppose I've got one final question for our Division B champions. So, what are you going to do to celebrate? You know, surely it's a beer night or something, right?
That I don't know. I got work like in an hour or two, so probably just celebrate
God.
over it.
We'll make sure you tell everyone the great news. You know, make sure you celebrate to the rafters, and or you know, whether or not you need to scream or shout or something. But honestly, it was an absolutely fantastic performance from you. You are the deserved champion of Division B. So congratulations to you, Polias.
Thank you guys. It was I had a fun season. Look forward to the next one.
Indeed, we will. Take care of yourself, and hopefully see you next season.
Thank you.
Take care. Okay, so our we're going to interview the second place finisher, which was Corridor. Corridor, congratulations on second position. How does that feel for you?
Thank you for the congratulations. And well, first I want to say congratulations to Palaya Spango on the championship. He drove fantastic, not only this race, but the whole season. And he really deserved the championship. Now, what it feels for me, it's mixed feelings. I had so much disappointment on the very first turn after my accident. But in the end, having to climb the whole field, passing most of the drivers on the track, that kind of gives you the adrenaline and the accomplishment feeling, confidence, which was something I was lacking very much on the first lap. And in the end, I'm happy with the result. I know I couldn't do any better after my crash. I wasn't even thinking on a top 5 finish. So being in the second place, it's a very sweet feeling.
Yeah, I can imagine. Yeah, it was a horrific start from you. I would love to know your kind of like mentality going into it afterwards, and like the strategy that you would have used from that point on.
Well, my plan A, my ideal strategy was to do 3 stints, first hards, then soft, and then softs again. I knew how long the soft could last. And the only thing that I had to change is that I had to pit lap 1 instead of lap 6, lap 8, which was my original plan. Mm-hmm. So I had to do an estimate of 41 laps on 2 stints of softs, but I knew I was capable of doing that. I did in practice races. So I just tried to stick to my original strategy and hope that I could climb some places.
Well, climb places you certainly did, Corridor. That was an excellent fight back from you, and a massive congratulations to you for that second position. Tati, have you got any questions for our second place finisher?
Yeah, Corridor, it seemed like everywhere we looked, you were in a fight, you were in a battle, and to hear you say that you weren't feeling very confident when you started the race is surprising. But I also understand that getting through what you got through gives you the confidence that you need. So I don't remember how much overtake juice you ended with. How much of that stuff did you use to get your way up the field?
All of it. Yeah, definitely. I had some tough battles, some other battles that I thought could be easier because they were on hard tires or maybe they had damage. So, but for other fights, I knew I had to spend a lot of the overtake and be really careful. I couldn't afford a second accident.
Right. Right. Absolutely. I mean, a masterclass then, a recovery masterclass put on by you. Congratulations.
Thank you. I hope you enjoyed all the passes.
I did. Thank you.
All right. So, Corridor, I do have. Well, first off, congratulations on the very hard fought P2. You rose from a crash all the way up to the podium. That is no easy feat. I do want to ask, when it came to practicing for, this race, did you kind of have spots in your mind where you're thinking, okay, this is where I'm going to use my overtake, this is where I'm not going to do it, or were you kind of just trusting your gut on when to press the go faster button?
I had my plan for that as well. In my original plan, the whole gauge is split into 4 quarters. So I would think that the first quarter would be for the first laps, trying to gain positions and defend, not losing the slipstream from the guy in front. Then the next 2 quarters would be to spend in the whole race, like to compensate for a bad turn exit or to defend and not give a slipstream to the guy behind me. And the last quarter would be for fighting or defending on the very last laps, like the 2 last laps, in case of leading.
I see. It definitely worked out in your favor. And yeah, congratulations. You did an amazing job. What?
Yeah, well, I haven't really got any more questions, but what I will say is, Corridor, great fight back from you. I know that a lot of other strategies were in play, but it obviously like compared to practice, you would have been put in an unusual position to sort of swap up, an emergency strategy, so to speak, right? So well done on progressing up the field, grabbing second position. Will you be celebrating after the broadcast?
Yeah, definitely. I will have lunch with my family and just spend time with my family, and that's basically it.
No little bit of alcohol or anything like that?
Oh yeah, of course. Some sparkling wine, a cold beer, something like that, of course. Yes.
Awesome to hear. Well, have one on me as well. And again, huge congratulations on that second position. And will we see you in season 6 as well?
I hope so. Yes.
Okay. Well, we look forward to seeing you next season. But happy celebrating and huge congratulations to you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Corridor.
Bye.
Okay, and then we have got our third place finisher. Then it was PSG Shaggy Doo. Bit of a topsy-turvy race for you, Shaggy Doo, but how are you feeling?
Relieved that it's over. I'm just happy I don't have to do it again. I hate Super Formula, honestly. I see that. I saw it and I was like, crap, I gotta do this again. But I don't know. It teaches you and it makes you want to do that much more, to get better at something. And that's probably the worst thing in the game for me is Super Formula. So I had to learn a little bit. And I actually did about as good as I thought I was going to. But at a point, I thought I was going to do even better. Then I had a little accident, a little bit of glitchy lobby. So I was trying to stay off of Pango because just jumping around. I didn't want to damage my own car. I didn't want to damage him. And I thought I got into him, but I'm like, I was pretty far back. And I don't know. I felt bad for a little while, but then I hit the wall.
Oh damn! Yeah, I think we missed that course of action there. I did find it strange that you did come off. Didn't you start on the soft tires? Is that correct, Shaggy?
Yeah, the plan was to do like 22 laps in soft and then come in and get another stint of softs, build up for fuel, and then finish the last lap on hards like a lot of people were doing one way or another. And I had to come in way too early, so I was on the softs at the end way too long. I hadn't practiced them into running 30 laps at a time, and so I was learning as I went and had to hold on the entire race. So I was on the back foot the entire time. So getting a podium is just after that something else. But in the end, like I think if Corridor wouldn't have messed up or had his stuff and I wouldn't have messed up, I'm pretty sure we would have both been up there and it would have been a very close battle for P1.
Yeah, I was going to ask you actually because I saw you as far down as I think it was like P10 or P11 or something like that, and it'd be interesting to know like what your mentality was going forward and how far up you felt that you could have finished in the end.
I think I would have been right with Peng. Would have been right there with P1 somewhere. I just wasn't too sure of it because of all the the lag in the lobby and everything, and I wish he wouldn't have been up there to begin with, but that's we both had the same strategy pretty much, and so we exchanged P1 a couple of times and just trying our best not to wreck each other or wreck the hit the wall or do anything stupid.
Yeah, well, it was a great spectacle. I mean, there was some very intense battles with quite a number of drivers as you tried to sort of plow up the grid. So well done to you, Shaggy, especially a combination that you're not, as you just mentioned, not too fond of or confident on. So yeah, congratulations on third position. And Toon, have you got any questions for Shaggy?
I do. So, Shaggy, very valiant effort. Great job on securing the podium. When the race was kicking off and, everything was going all over the place, did you kind of feel fortunate that you were up at the front of the grid to where you could avoid all the calamity? Or do you kind of wish you were at the back to kind of get a nice view of climbing up the grid and just seeing how it could have gone?
I actually preferred to start in the front. I was hoping that there would be a little bit gap. I was really hoping that it wouldn't have been so close for like a dozen laps for P1, back and forth, back and forth. I was hoping he might have had a little bit of a jump on me, but it's just the way it worked. That slip was strong, way too strong for what I wanted to do. But I knew we got such a distance. We were probably 18 seconds ahead of everybody at one time. Man, but that was nice. Starting in the back after I had to, my accident and had to run through the field and basically make some moves and use the overtake. In a few places I would never do that, but I kind of didn't give the other drivers a choice. Sorry for anybody that I probably left like scratching their head because I had to go a couple of crazy moves out there, but it worked out. I don't know how, but it did.
I mean, you made it work and you were able to climb back up the ranks even with an accident. So, I mean, you were able to just, buckle in and, keep your head down and get moving. So, I mean, it was a really, really good job. So congratulations on, bouncing back as well as you did. Tati, any questions?
I don't know if it's a question so much as just a comment, but just like, I'm shocked to hear you say that you don't like the super formulas. Because you did so well. You did really, really, really great to come back and climb back into podium contention like you did. So yeah, just honestly, hats off, because I think you're a fantastic driver to be able to adapt to a car you hate and get where you got.
Yeah, that was all determination. Well, driving while angry as well with myself mostly, but also I hate these cars. Kind of keeping that in my mind. Just to get to the end.
That'll do it.
Can I ask as well, Shaggy? So you use automatic, is that correct?
I do. It's a little bit of a disadvantage with these because I can't quite get the right gear out of corners at times, and definitely not on the start. Yeah, so it hurts a little bit, so I have to adapt to that as well, especially when I start losing grip in the softs. There's just none out of the corner, especially with how far I had to push them.
Yeah, I mean, generally speaking, in these cars, because of the higher power going into the rear wheels, is that you either got to be very smooth on the gas, or you've got to upshift early, which is obviously something that you can't do. So fair play to you. You know, I can fully understand now why you've struggled with these cars in the past, but today I thought you was sensational. So congratulations to you.
Yeah, it's probably the best I'm ever going to do in Super Formula.
Yeah, indeed. Well, same question, really. Are you going to be celebrating? Surely you're going to get drunk tonight.
No, I'm not a big drinker, honestly. Gonna probably give me something nice to eat though. Maybe splurge a little bit of money on something nice.
Yeah, you should do indeed, because you should be very proud of your performance. So congratulations on your third position for Division B. And look forward to seeing you next season. I'm sure you'll be there, won't you?
Oh yeah, I'll be back. And thank you, Minotti, for putting this on as always. And congratulations, Pango and Corridor. I figured they were going to be ahead of me at the end. I just didn't know how we were going to get to that point, but it worked out.
Yeah, well, I mean, worked out. You did indeed. So well done to you. And hopefully we'll speak to you soon. But congratulations, Shaggy.
No problem. Thanks, y'all.
Thank you, Shaggy. Take care, mate. Okay, all right. So that rounds up the top three thoughts of Division B. Congratulations to all the drivers that participated, and it was certainly a great showing, and certainly got me off of my seat. But we are going to go for a quick break. So grab yourself a beverage, and when we come back, it'll be the turn of the Division A drivers, where we will find out who will be crowned champion of the NRL Season 5, where the amazing Toon will be taking over the broadcast with myself and Chatty as his assistants. So don't go anywhere. We'll be back very shortly.
Welcome back to the NRL, brought to you by Hankey's Tavern and Little J CPA. My name is Toon, and I'll be your lead commentator for this divisional final. I am joined by the beautiful voices of Flawed and Tati. It is an honor and privilege to have your company this lovely Saturday. We now have our Division B champion after a rather tough hour-long shootout to the finish. Now it's time to see our Division A drivers go head-to-head one last time to crown our new NRL champion. Let's go take a look at the details and the driver lineup for this winner-takes-all race. For this grand final, we are off to Austria, where our Division A finalists will be driving 66 laps of the iconic Red Bull Ring with a grid start, false start check enabled to kick things off for this final. They'll be racing around this historic 2.68 mile length circuit with 10 turns in total in the Gran Turismo F3500A car, which is modeled after the F1 cars from the early 90s. This car is powered by a naturally aspirated 3.5-liter V12 engine in a mid-rear configuration. It produces 773 brake horsepower at about 15,000 RPM, and this car weighs only at 505 kilograms. Every last bit of this power will be on display for this race, as they have every racing tire compound available to them. It'll be 2 times fuel and tire. They'll have the ability to tweak the car's downforce to their liking. Also, brake balance is enabled as well with heavy damage. These drivers better be careful though, because I think I see a bit of clouds off in the distance. But with all of that said and done, it's time to move over to the points. As this is the final, no points or race bonuses are on offer today. It will be a straight fight to the finish, where the winner will be crowned Season 5 Division A champion. Making our way over to the driver lineup, we have Wid, PhD Jorge Sr., Bobagito CBR, MMR Moose 21, Talon, Cyrus Nicky GT, PhD Fast Cougar QC, S7R Nuke, The True Serum, Almost Podium, Alicos 1, PHG Lyric, GI Boku, and Darken Azriel. Listed under their names, as always, are their team affiliations or free agency, whichever is applicable, as well as their YouTube and or Twitch presences, should those be applicable as well. Feel free to go and check them out, but as always, make sure you leave a tab open and unmuted to the NRL. That way you do not miss any of the racing action. I do enjoy Red Bull Ring, Flawed. It is such it's a fun circuit, and I mean, you see F1 drivers going there, and you know, art imitates life, as this weather is reflective of the weather that is currently happening in Austria. So how does that make you feel?
A little bit nervous for the drivers, I have to say. They're going to have to have the skills of real life F1 drivers for sure. This car is a handful at the best of times. So much power going to its rear wheels, and yeah, certainly a big question is it going to rain or not? If it does rain, it could be a fight for survival, I think, Tone.
Yeah, it's definitely looking like it could be a drive to survive, no pun intended. Tati, what are your feelings going into this race?
This one's gonna be a doozy, y'all. I'm not gonna lie. This car is, yes, it's an absolute handful, really cool car. But when you add the weather that we're supposed to have today in the mix, this is literally anybody's race.
It is anybody's race indeed, and we're going to have to see how this shakes up. I know we have our drivers off doing practice right now. I'm sure they're probably anxious to get started and probably just anxious in general. But we're going to have to see how it all shakes up, as the race will be getting ready to start in just a moment. So everybody buckle up, because we are getting ready to see who will be our Division A champion for Season 5. They're all lined up. We've got Win Jorge on the first row, Musa Bobagito on the second, and just goes down from there. The lights are on, and they are off. This is winner takes all. It doesn't matter where you start. All that matters is where you finish for this race. As they start making their way up to Nicky Lauda Curve, Win will be leading the charge. And it looks like Jorge Sr. will be about a second behind, with just everybody else in tow. Coming up towards Ramus, I believe it is, they will be definitely trying to play it safe because it is a hard braking zone uphill and it is very easy to send it just a hair too far. Looks like there's no drama to speak of. Moose will jump up into P2 at the moment, and he is definitely driving like a man on a mission as he comes into Schlossgold. Everybody keep it a nice line and no drama to speak of. That is a huge sigh of relief as they head up towards Roush. And let's take a look at what is... Ooh! We had one spin out facing the wrong way. That is unfortunate to see, but it looks like there was no damage from PHG Lyric. And luckily it is lap 1 of 66, so there is a ton of time to bounce back, Vlad.
Yes, indeed. Yeah, very long race here at the Red Bull Ring, but very, very unfortunate for PHG Lyric. He will learn that mistake he made there. You see another replay of him just losing the rear end into the barrier. Could be commonplace in this race, I think so.
I definitely think you may be onto something as we see Jorge Sr. is now back in P2, Moose is in P3, and Jorge is, for all intents and purposes, right on the back of Lid. So I don't think we're going to be seeing anybody getting too comfortable and pulling away at this current moment. But as the skies are clear, it looks like the drivers will be able to just focus on the car ahead of them. As we've got Jorge Sr. and Toe fighting for the race victory, as we've got a huge pack of cars right now. Cyrus, Nicky, the True Serum, Fast Cougar, et al. In the back. They're just all over each other, and looks like they're going to have to play very carefully as this race is definitely going to be quite a long one. Looks like we got the True Serum coming up side by side on the inside from Cyrus, Nicky. They are too wide coming out into Red Bull Curve. And it looks like Cyrus Nicky's going to lose out to Truth, Fast Cougar, Alicos, and more. So, yeah, one mistake is going to cost these drivers severely at the moment. Coming up into Nicky Lock Curve, how are they going to look? Ooh, they bunch right up, but it looks like there was no drama to speak of. As they head up towards Ramus for the third time, Truth is now leading the charge on this pack of piranhas. And looks like Cyrus Nicky is sending it up the inside. Will he get the overtake done on Fast Cougar? And he does! So Fast Cougar is able to... Actually, I'm sorry. It looks like Cyrus Nicky was able to get the overtake done. Alico's in P8. Yeah, there's just so much going on already. And coming down through Schlossgold, and will Cyrus be able to take a position from Alico's? And it doesn't appear to be the case at the moment as they head up into Roush. Alicos is holding on to P7, but he's got Cyrus Nicky, Fast Cougar, and everybody else under the sun just right behind him. It's already shaking up to be not even a battle for position. This is a full-on war, Tati.
Yeah, there's a lot going on. I've been all in the midfield. It's been like 5-6-way battles going on back here. Lyric just came out of the pits after fixing damage, and looks like Boku's in right now for damage as well. So drivers got to be careful about this. The car is pretty fragile.
Yeah, these cars are definitely fragile, just like their real-life counterparts. And as we jump on board with Jorge Sr., and a very nice camera angle, mind you, he's definitely doing everything he can to stay within earshot of Wid. These two have been leading their respective days. Jorge on Friday, Wid on Saturday. I know both of them are hyper-competitive people, so they're going to be leaving everything they have up on this track. As they come into Roush, Jorge does have that half-second penalty, though, so that will slow him down quite a bit and afford Moose the opportunity to try and get P2. Jorge is part of Team Papa Out the game and started P2 as he serves the half-second penalty. Will Moose be able to get the position? It does not look to be the case, but it does give Moose a better position to try and get the overtake done. As we see Moose is moving up through towards Nicky Lauda curve. It's going to have to play very carefully. If you take too much of that curving on either side, you'll either get a penalty or you'll spin out. That's a very dangerous corner, so you got to get it just right. Moose did start in third, and the leader of Team Moose Mafia Racing. You can find him live on Twitch at this moment at Moose 2021. Oh my lord! Just barely saving it, Moose. It's a little too early for some theatrics there. As they come down back towards Schlossgold for the 5th time. That definitely slowed him down, but not too much. And unfortunately, unlike the drivers from the Division B final, they do not have a curve system to really propel them forward, Vlad.
No, they don't, but they do have the ability to tweak their downforce, obviously before the race started, of course. But it's going to be interesting to see whether or not that really helps the drivers, whether they get better downforce into the corners, whether or not that's going to affect the tyre wear. But yeah, certainly the top 3 drivers really putting on the show for us all. And with with a 2.5 of a temp. Gap in front of Jorge with the fastest lap time as he went purple coming across the line to finish lap number 5, and it's going to be Jorge that's going to slip up the inside of Wid and perhaps take the race lead. Yes, he does. He times his braking to perfection, but will Wid come fighting back because he is all over the exhaust of Jorge. Jorge's going to defend hard, defend the inside line of Schlossgold, and Wid is going to have to try it around the outside, or maybe perhaps go for the old switcheroo, but Jorge has covered it up for the time being as we come into turn number 6 at Walsh. And it's looking like Jorge has got some serious pace right there, I think, Tone.
Yeah, there's definitely a lot of pace right now, and I know Jorge's going to be doing everything he can to defend that race lead from Wid. Both of those guys, as I stated, very competitive. So we're going to be seeing a masterclass in overtaking and a masterclass in defending as we jump on over to S7R's The Truth Serum in P7 at the moment, who is just over a quarter of a second behind Alikos and has over a 1 second lead over Cyrus Nicky, the Division B champion from Season 4. Taking a nice run out of Nicky Lauda curve, but it looks like Alikos was able to get a slightly better run out as there seems to be no real change in position as they come up into Remus, and looks like Truth was able to get out of the dirty air as to prevent any unnecessary damage, and this is definitely a good perspective to have. I think any VR drivers will be loving being in the cockpit of this car for this one. Coming down into Schlossgold, and looks like Alikos will not be conceding any position anytime soon as we jump on over to Goat Instinct's Boku, who is currently 30 seconds, give or take, behind Nuke, but has over 10 seconds of a lead on Lyric. So it looks like, and it looks like Alikos has gone off and went rally crossing. Don't know what happened there. We'll have to go and take a look at the replay. So jumping on over, let's see what happens to Alikos as he comes up into Roush. Just absolutely spun out of nowhere. That was so weird.
P1 has a penalty, by the way, Jorge.
Thank you, Tati. Yep, Jorge does indeed have a half-second penalty, so he will be losing that position to Wid. Now, if my eyes aren't deceiving me, it looks like the track's getting a teensy bit hazy. Is that an omen of things to come? We will just have to see. Now,
I feel like I see haze too.
You see the haze too? All right, glad. All right, glad to see my eyes are not playing tricks on me, but it looks like Jorge did get a bit of a gap on Wid, but that gap is about to come crumbling down as he approaches the penalty line. How far will this set Jorge back? And Wid is now on the charge. Jorge is on the inside line. Looks like the half-second penalty was nothing more than a slap on the wrist, as Jorge is able to retain P1 and not lose it to Wid. Moose, though, is starting to lose a little bit of ground to P1 and 2. So Moose will have to start playing it very carefully as we just see our 2 front runners coming through Nicky Lauda curve. We're getting a little bit squirrely, and Jorge is able to pull ahead. So Jorge can breathe a slight sigh of relief at the moment, but definitely not out of the woods yet. We're only on lap 9 of 66, folks. We're definitely in for the long haul, so these drivers will be having to think very methodically, not only in terms of how they set their car up, but also in terms of their pit strategy. Now, I do know that these drivers will get a luxury in the fact that if the rain comes down, the 2 required racing compounds will not be applicable, so when the rain comes, if the rain comes, it's pretty much just do your best and make it to the finish line until the track dries out. As we see them coming up towards Rind, I believe. Yeah, I believe it's pronounced Rind. Jumping over to Bobagito and Talon for the battle for P4. Bobagito just sending it into Rind, heading into Red Bull Mobile. And looks like Talon is not going to be losing any ground. Both did a fantastic job taking that last turn. Again, that is one of those corners. If you take too much of that chicane or too much of that corner, you're going to lose it. And Bobagito sends it a little too deep into Nicky Lauda curve and has to get off the gas. Will there be a half-second penalty for that? Does not appear to be so. Bobagito did start P4 on this and is also a part of Team Cornbread Racing. So Bobagito has lost a position overall, but we still have plenty of racing action left. And it looks like the food theme today is cotton candy, a good old carnival snack. We see Talon and Bobagito heading towards Schlossgold. It doesn't seem to be any real shakeup. And those clouds are looking quite a bit darker, Flawed. So I think we'll be seeing rain here in the next lap or two. Do you think they'll be hopping on the wets, or do you think it'll just be inter-territory?
Oh, yeah, that is the million-dollar question, I think. So, yeah, certainly it's looking rather dark out there, a little bit misty. Certainly the track temperature is going to be coming down as well, so the tyres are not going to feel like slick tyres right now. Certainly are going to find it a little bit trickier to keep the car under control. But yeah, it could swing either way, I think. But it looks like Weird is going to try and challenge Jorge as Jorge shows him the outside line. Weird will try on the cutback, but Jorge covers it off brilliantly there, and Jorge is defending for his life then as Weird looks to. Oh, I thought he may have tried to go up the outside, but yeah, it's very, very good defending from Jorge. But yeah, in terms of the weather though, soon I think if it rains, it may pour.
Okay. I will definitely be in that camp with you, because this is GT. When it rains, it does pour. Now, we do see Wid is holding firm into P2, but he is doing everything he can to try and get past Jorge at the moment. As I said, it's going to be a masterclass on overtaking and defending, and looks like Jorge is giving us the latter at the moment. We jump over to Bobagito, who is still trailing a little bit behind Talon at the moment by about half a second. They do have quite a bit of breathing room, the pair, in terms of the Troop Serum, who's about a little over 6 seconds behind. So really, they can fight it out and not have to worry too terribly much about it slowing them down and causing this to be a three-way shootout. Looks like Bobagito did get a pretty good run, and let's see what's going on up at the front of the pack. Jorge Sr. and Wid still fighting like crazy. And yeah, Jorge is doing a magnificent job just defending the position, not giving Wid any opportunity to try and make the overtake. And it looks like they're already coming up into a back marker in Lyric. So actually, it looks like Lyric has yielded, so looks like Jorge will not be able to use the back marker to his advantage as they come through Red Bull Mobile. Jorge getting onto the curb, but not too much to get a penalty, so looks like everything is in order at the moment for these two drivers. I should throw out that Jorge does have the fastest lap at the moment at a 109.491, and yeah, it looks like the clouds at the moment are just for show. I don't see any rain as Wid goes purple, and he sends it up the outside, but isn't able to make it stick, unfortunately. But it looks like Jorge will have to be cognizant of the fact that Wid is ready to strike at the earliest convenience. So Jorge is going to have to do driving that is just on the cusp of perfect. So we take a look at Talon and Bobagito. Bobagito's trying to find a position, but oh, and it looks like Bobagito might get it as he goes on the inside. Who had more speed coming out of Schlossgold? Looks like it was Talon on the outside, so Talon might be having to think about some ways to do some defending for sure. Making our way over to Fast Cougar over in P8 has Dark and Azrael and almost Podium right behind him. Dark and Azrael almost did a lunge coming out of Roush. And looks like Fast Cougar will hold on to P8 for the time being. And yeah, doing some magnificent defensive driving and is now able to start finding a way to pull away from Dark and Azrael as they come around. And ooh, Azrael just went up. What happened there? But he's able to get back on track, and now that gives Almost Podium P9 as well. Dark and Azrael and Almost Podium are too wide coming up into Nicky Lauda curve. And looks like Azrael will yield, and he is unfortunately spun out. That is unfortunate to see from Azrael. Can he get back on track?
Lucky to
Yep, looks like he's going to be... Yeah, he definitely was lucky to not get any damage and was able to make a safe rejoin. So hats off there. That could have been a lot worse. That will definitely set him back quite a bit, though. So 14 out of 66 laps. There's still time, but it's going to be a slight uphill battle. Speaking of battles, coming up onto the battle for P1, Jorge is doing everything possible to hold onto that P1. The rain is kind of making up its mind on if it will start coming down, but for the time being, they just have to focus on making sure that they keep the car going in the right direction. Looks like Jorge went a little wide, but I don't think too wide to warrant any sort of penalty from the game. Going on over to Talon, we now have what appears to be a... Nope, I thought it was going to be a three-way shootout, but it looks like they were just getting past Lyric. So it's still a battle for... Yeah, battle for P5 between... or P4, I'm sorry, between Bobajito and Talon. So this one's going to be one to... definitely check back in on periodically because they are in for the long haul. As they head down towards Schlossgold, it looks like they're just going to be keeping everything nice and neat for the moment. And Vlad, given the pace we've seen between Bobajito and Talon, do you think the rain is going to level them out if it comes, or do you think we're just going to be seeing these two going blow for the next 51 laps?
Well, yeah, certainly the rain can make it very, very unpredictable. Certainly the spray from the car in front makes it difficult for the driver behind as well. Yeah, it seems like there's nothing to separate them at the moment. Well, roughly about a second of a gap as Bobajito has pulled a slight gap to Talon on that last lap. But yeah, certainly, again, another $1 million question I think there. Soon, because yeah, rain is a cruel mistress, I think.
Oh yeah, it is definitely a cruel mistress. And as we take a look at Wood and Jorge, it looks like Wood does have about almost a 5-second gap between himself and Boost. So yeah, he's only got to keep his eyes forward, and it looks like Jorge is really finding his rhythm now and is starting to pull away from Wood. Tati, as we're going through the grid, Wade is getting very squirrely, but is able to save it. Well, my question to you, Tati, did everybody start on the softs, or did we have some drivers start on something like the mediums?
And it looked like everyone was on softs. I'm gonna take a quick scan again in case I missed anything, but it looks like softs are the way to go. I think everyone's expecting rain. If you start on the mediums and rain comes, you know, you've basically thrown away the advantage of having the longer lasting tire, right? You still have to pit just like everyone else. I think everyone figured, don't take the gamble, get on the softs. And if the rain comes, great, I've got tires I used up. And if it doesn't, then, you know, I still needed the softs to go fast. You know, maybe I'll use a different compound, you know, on another stint.
Thank you for the valuable insight, Tati. Very happy to have you running second car. As we jump on over to S7R's Nuke, currently about 1.5 seconds ahead of Alicos, about 3/4 of a second behind Almost Podium. And it looks like Nuke is really starting to get some speed there. That gap has plummeted. As they come up, will Nuke try and send it up the inside? No, looks like Nuke is going to stay in order. Very well done. And no carnage coming out of turn 3. Now, as we see Nuke coming down towards Schlossgold, it looks like he'll be trying to go a little on the outside, try and stay out of that dirty air. These cars are very susceptible to dirty air. And honestly, some might argue these cars are a little too powerful for their own good. It just takes one slight disruption in the equilibrium of this car and you will just be spinning circles. as we've got Nuke trying to close the gap to Podium. Alikos is also starting to close the gap to Nuke, so we might see a three-way shootout for P9 if this keeps up. Coming into Red Bull Mobile, Nuke getting on the curb and getting right up on almost Podium. So Nuke is in prime position to try and get the overtake done. Using that slipstream, will he slingshot? He will. And will he be able to hold on to the position coming out of Nicky Lauda curve? And he does. Looks like he's on just enough of the curb to keep it within track limits. So now the three-way shootout for P9 is in Nuke's favor. Almost Podium coming up. Ooh, Alikos slamming the door shut. But looks like almost Podium might be able to try and do a cutback. No, doesn't appear to be the case at the moment. Alikos did a good job slamming that door shut and holding on to P10. But as they come up into Schlossgold, how will this shake up? Alikos sends it up the inside and takes P9 off of Nuke for the time being. And it looks like Nuke will have to try and find a way to get around them. And it looks like we have a yellow on the play. Who went off there? Looks like it was Fast Cougar. I wonder what happened. All right, so coming out of Schlossgold, and everything's looking fine. Sesame Street themed Papa House and game livery, and coming up into Roush, and yeah, just spun out of nowhere. That's the second time we've seen somebody just randomly spin out right there. I wonder what's. Yeah, I don't know what's going on.
I don't believe that's glitchy. I think obviously we're in that window where the soft tires do become a little bit twitchy, and if you do catch a curb on that very curb as well, it can spin you out. I've tested it myself, and that was a place where I was spinning out quite a fair bit. So it's a curb that the drivers have to try to be very careful and smooth upon applying the acceleration, but yeah, certainly quite easy to cash out the driver's toe.
He wasn't.
All right.
I didn't see him touch the curb, and he was braking. So that was weird. That was weird to see.
Yeah, I honestly can't make heads or tails of what happened, but Floyd, I know you did do some testing. So could you please enlighten the lovely viewing audience on some of the things that these drivers might want to highlight on?
Well, it really, to be honest, the big thing here is Bob Gido has a 1 second penalty for cutting track limits. He's going to lose a position perhaps to Talon and lose fourth position there. But yeah, in terms of your question, it really depends on whether or not the rain comes in. My testing saw that the rain really came in at this kind of stage of the race, and you know, we had to get on the wet tires, and as I mentioned earlier on, you know, these cars are an absolute handful at the best of times. You introduce the rain and it's a whole different beast, I have to tell you. It's literally about just trying to keep the car between the white lines and hope that you can keep the car pointed forward. So yeah, to be honest, it's all about being smooth on the accelerator out of the corners. Now, you might have noticed in the graphics there that a lot of the drivers are actually using traction control. Now, I did testing without traction control, so I was definitely quite brave. But yeah, certainly out of the corner exits, I was having to upshift to higher gears very quickly so that the rear tyres don't spin up, because there's so much power that goes to the rear wheels, and it's a very light car as well. So yeah, just be a smooth operator is my advice, really. But yeah, certainly the top two drivers really showcasing the true skill in these Formula cars. So.
Yeah, they're definitely making this look easy when, yeah, we can all vouch that this is far from easy. Now, I am paying attention to the way the clouds are looking, and I'm also seeing that these drivers are looking rather low on fuel. I don't know if they're going to be trying to just wait out and not pit until the rain comes in, or what might be going through their heads, but it looks like they will have to pit if it just stays hazy like this for the next, I don't know, 5 or 10 laps, which means they will get to tick off their second tire requirement as well, should this be a dry race. It does look like the sun might be slowly starting to poke through, And so we might actually avoid any calamity in terms of rain. Only time will tell. Anything can happen. So it's anybody's guess. I do also want to quickly acknowledge Wid's livery. That is a very nice looking livery. Now moving on to Bobagito, and speaking of fuel, Bobagito's fuel is looking, it's looking a little sparse. I think that car might be getting a teensy bit thirsty, but Bobagito is right on the bumper of Moose, only about 0.4 of a second and closing. So it looks like Moose is going to have to start getting on the defensive as well, because Moose is in a good position, all things considered. But with how fast Bobagito is flying through, it's looking like Bobagito is ready to try and take P3 where possible. But also, given the rate that Bobagito is catching up to Moose and just the lack of fuel on Bobagito, I don't think Boba is actually using a fuel map or anything. As we see Bobagito starting to try and find a way up past Moose, will he be able to make it stick? It's definitely going to be a close one. It looks like Bobagito is right on the inside for the next turn. And will he be able to? No, Moose is able to hold on going on the outside, given ample room. So great sportsmanship from Moose and Bobagito, making sure they each have enough room to get through safely. Coming through Schloss Gold, will Bobagito try and go up the inside? No, he does not. Moose is going to be defending that line, and as they head through towards Roush, how's this going to shape up? Looks like Bobagito's trying to find an opportunity, but Moose is on the favorable line, so Moose will hold on to P3 at the moment. Honestly, Bobagito's in a pretty decent spot right now, just being able to hold on. Jorge Sr. and Wid are both now going into the box. Jorge on 6% fuel, Wid on 11. I think I may have seen just a slight bump on the hind of Moose from Bobagito, just a little bump draft, so nothing really to worry about. As they come across to start the 24th lap, Moose and Bobagito will take P1 and 2 respectively for the time being, as the other two are in the box and refueling. So Bobagito, it looks like he's hungry for that position, but I think his car's fuel tank is a little hungrier. So I think Boba's going to have to pit right now. Cyrus, Nicky, Wid, Alikos, all in the box. Talon, Nuke, and Moose are the only four that are still out from the looks of it. And Bobagito giving a nice little bump onto Moose as they come into Schloss Gold. And it looks like Moose is going to hold on his position. Thankfully, that bump drive didn't do too much in terms of compromising a braking area. And it looks like Bobagito will try and send it up the inside, but won't be able to make it stick, and Moose is off. I'm starting to get a little concerned that Bobagito does not have enough fuel to get to the pits, because that fuel tank is looking like it's about 0.5% or something. I know the game can't register it, but my lord, that is dangerously low.
Oof, yes, it is.
So, as we see Bobagito going into the pits, it looks like Moose is able to stay out. So, yeah, Bobagito just ran out of fuel. That will propel Talon into P2, and now Wid is out on another stint of softs. All right, so this is going to be interesting to see how this shakes up. Coming through the outlap, Wid on, I'd say, lukewarm soft tires at the moment. Arguably a relatively cool track just due to the cloud coverage blocking out the sun. Bobagito is currently falling into fourth. Fast Cougar is now in the box. And I think Wid fueled less than Jorge did.
He did. He fueled up to 96% versus 100% for Jorge, and he already came in with like 5 more. So yeah, it was a easy jump in the pits there.
Can I just mention as well that I did note that Wid actually had a little bit more fuel than Jorge as well. He had 11% when he came in. Jorge had 6%. So yeah, was able to make the jump, even though he didn't fall. He didn't put the full 100% fuel into the tank for Wid.
Yeah, that was honestly... Boku getting a little squirrely, but he's able to save it. Ooh. I was going to say that Wid definitely did a 200 IQ strategy move there. Came in with more fuel, so he didn't have to fuel up as much, and also cut the valve off a little sooner just to get out of there. So I think the battle between Wid and Jorge is going to be some 4D chess level stuff, just trying to find everything possible to get that slight competitive edge. Now, taking a look at Boku, who did start in 13th, is now up to P5, part of Team Goat Instinct, and you can find him on YouTube at Boku5837. Boku's fuel tank's looking a little worse for wear, but all in all, I think Boku may have another couple laps in him. We jump on board to our current race leader in Moose, who is 21 seconds ahead of P2 in Nuke. Moose's fuel tank, though, that's looking dangerously low, but looks like Moose is confident that he can, looks like Moose is feeling confident enough to take another lap. So, I mean, it's the grand finals for Season 5. It's winner takes all. If there's any time to get bold and try and be a hero, I'm by and large, this is probably the place to do it.
So far, Moose, Nuke, and Boku all owe pit stops. I think everyone else is pitted.
Okay.
Yeah, and I was sorry, I forgot to mention. Also, Moose has carried the fuel an extra 3 laps over Wid and also Jorge as well. But he's lapping about 2 seconds a lap slower.
That is actually very good to know. Oh, go ahead.
No, my understanding is that because Slipstream is set to weak, it's actually stronger than real Slipstream. So what we saw Wid do was sit up under Jorge's Slipstream for a long time. He was able to save fuel. The car can save fuel if it's got that slip, and it's slow if you don't have that slip and you're saving fuel. And it seems like that's what Moose has been doing.
All right, very insightful. Thank you, Tati. I know you and Flawed have a much better understanding of how the inner workings of this sim are. And I also do want to throw out that I think I just saw a penalty over Jorge Sr., so that's going to slow down his chances on trying to... Oh my goodness, Moose is still out. Moose, what are you doing? I don't know how he's doing it, but my goodness, he is making it work. We jump over to... I must be tiptoe through the window. I don't know. As we jump on board with Dark and Asriel, who is now making the pass on Fast Cougar, and looks like he will be able to make it stick, but will he be able to firmly cement it through this corner? It's looking like he will. So well done to Dark and Asriel for taking P12. So that just means Dark and Asriel has to work his way up about 2.5 seconds to almost podium, and it seems like everybody's double stinting. Oh! Looks like Fast Cougar broke himself a teensy, but was able to keep it on the tarmac. It seems everybody's doing a double stint on softs at the moment, so there's no rain, and yeah, it looks like double stinting on softs was... Oh, hold on. And some of our nukes on intermediate. I
think that's what Moose is waiting for, because he thinks it's coming, and I think that's why everyone else jumped on the softs too. They don't believe they'll get a long stint on another tire. But I think if it is coming, then Moose has probably made the smart move here.
He may have. I see Boku has... I do see Boku has jumped out from the medium. Wait, what happened?
Moose is still out.
Oh, from the level wall. That is holy. I don't know. He surely can't have any fuel left at this point.
He's going a lot slower, isn't he? He's going a lot slower. Fuel map 6, I think, too. Sorry.
Oh, no. Thank you for the insight, because that's very good to know. Also, it looked like almost Podium has jumped out on intermediate. So, Tati, if possible, can we get a quick lay of the land on who's on what?
Working. We got Moose, obviously, still on those old softs. Wid on softs. Jorge Sr. softs, Bobajito softs, Talon in 5th, softs, The Truth in softs, on softs, Cyrus in 7th on softs, Alikos on softs, Dark Asriel on softs, Boku on the medium, Fast Cougar on softs, Nuke on the inters, and almost Podium on inters as well. So 2 think the rain is coming. Boku playing the long game on mediums for some reason, unless he didn't mean to hit that button, but everyone else on softs.
Yeah, and it looks like the parade for Moose is now finally over as he goes into the pits with 0 fuel. That means Wid and Jorge will be able to jump back into their battle for P1 and 2. Jorge does have quite the deficit to try and make up, though, as he is about 3.5 seconds behind Wid, and still no rain in sight. I know a couple of the drivers did, jump on the mediums, hopefully anticipating the rain, but I don't think it's coming as fast as they would have anticipated. So, I don't know, race strategy is a real big gamble at the end of the day because you're having to just kind of predict, and Bobagito getting a little bit of air coming out of Nicky Lauda curve, but is able to hold on to it. Also did just notice Bobagito's car says we're always hungry. That does track for the fellas in Cornbread Racing. Moose will come out in P8 with a full tank of fuel. Lap 30 of 66. Yeah, on softs.
Okay.
I wasn't expecting that myself, but it looks like the fuel tank will definitely outlast those racing softs. So, the racing softs will outlast that fuel tank. My apologies. So I guess it does make sense just to go for another stint of softs. But I mean, if these drivers don't see any rain, all of our soft runners are going to have to bite the bullet and either hop on, the mediums or the hards. But it looks like we do have one that did tick off the 2 tire requirements, so he's all set. We jump on over to Alicos on the racing softs. About 0.3 of a second behind Cyrus Nicky at the moment. Cyrus is... now it doesn't look like Cyrus is really pulling away at the moment, but Alicos does have a just under 6-second gap between himself and Moose at this current juncture. Coming in through Red Bull Mobile. Alicos carried quite a bit of speed. Oh, and I definitely see some water coming. I hear the rain, so I don't know how long these soft runners are going to stay out, but...
Moose in the pits.
Oh, Moose is already back in the box?
I think he's recognised that there's rain coming in, so he could well be choosing to go on to the intermediates, I think, too.
I think you're right. Yep, Moose has changed onto the intermediates and is off to the races, no pun intended. So Moose did come out in P12. That second pit did slow him down a little bit, but since he did get the initiative and hop on the intermediates at the first sign of rain, this might work in his favor. I know the other intermediate runners are probably feeling a little giddy at the moment, seeing the rain start coming down. Now taking a look at Jorge Senior, Moose outbroke himself and went very wide. That's going to cost him severely.
Yeah, I don't think that Moose... I think maybe this helped cover up a little bit of his first mistake, but his first mistake was staying out too long on those softs. Oh my gosh, again, he's got to figure out the breaking point for them. I think that his first mistake was running the fuel till he ran out. He was going very, very slow trying to get those extra 5 laps over everyone else. Then he pits for the softs anyway because the rain never comes and ends up pitting twice. I don't think that worked out for Moose at all.
I'm definitely inclined to agree with you as we see Boku coming in to get off of those mediums. Now, I do see that the rain is rather low at the moment, so I don't know if they are just trying to be proactive on getting onto the wet tires or what might be going on, but judging by the rainometer at the moment, Vlad, in your professional opinion, would rain at this level really warrant hopping onto intermediates?
It will do if it really pours down, but at the moment this is hurting the tyres because at the moment it's still the slick window and not enough water on the surface itself. So for those that pitted earlier, certainly the tyre degradation will be kicking in, but yes, if it really pours, then it will be a gamble worth taking, I think so.
All right, that's definitely very good to know. And I do see that some of these spots of the track, say it does rain and it dries up, some of these spots are going to dry up last. Schlossgold for one of them, since that is a downhill turn. That water's just going to be pooling over there. You see that Truth has come out of the pits on the inters as well. So yeah, looks like everybody's really starting to go in and just... Oh my lord, Bobagito was spun out! Did I see him bump into somebody? I can't really tell. That was... Let's take a look at the replay here. So coming out into Schlossgold, everything's looking business as usual. Onto the throttle, goes past almost Podium, and coming onto the curb, and yep, the same spot. That's claimed 3 victims so far. honestly, it's starting to get to Monza level carnage for that one turn. I don't know what's going on. Making our way over to Jorge's. It is indeed, yes. Looks like that bar's almost to the first third full, so yeah, we're slowly approaching the intermediate territory, but for some of these drivers that have been on the intermediates for a little bit of time, I don't know, I think it may have been a victory, but at what cost kind of situation, because yeah, they're already on the intermediates, but they're going to have that tire degradation. Now, as Jorge comes out of Schlossgold up over towards Roush, yeah, the track is definitely starting to get wetter at the moment, and looks like the curbs haven't even really started accumulating any moisture because the rainometer is still staying at its current posture. Wid, though, is not afraid of a little bit of drizzle because we haven't seen Wid go into the box once for any wet tires.
No, in fact, he was doing 110s, and then when the rain first started, he did a 111.1, which is like 6/10 slower, I thought, but it feels like maybe that was just him preemptively slowing down because then he turned right back around and did another 110.8, so I think he's finding where the grip is and staying out there.
Yeah, and he's doing a great job. Wid definitely has a lot of sim knowledge when it comes to how the rain affects the car handling, and definitely a lot of track knowledge in finding the driest line possible from the looks of it. Wid is currently sitting 31 seconds ahead of Jorge, so even if Wid were to pit right now, I think he would definitely hold on to P1 when he came out. Also do want to take a quick moment to give a thank you to Rob G. Barker for the £5 donation. Let's go Moose MMR for the win. Great broadcast, guys. Thank you so very much for the kind words, Rob. And I would also like to mention that during the Division B race, there was a generous $10 donation from Salamander MN. So thank you both for your generosity, and we're happy to be able to give you guys all this entertainment. Now, focusing back on the race, Wid is still pulling ahead of Jorge, so Wid's definitely finding a very comfortable position, all things considered. I do see that Wid is starting to come up towards some lap traffic in S7R's the True Serum. Yeah, Wid is just pulling away at a magnificent rate. Rain isn't really doing anything at the moment. Truth is on the intermediate, so I guess him, along with others, we're hoping to see a bit more of a downpour. Wid going on the outside and getting the overtake done on Truth. Well done to Truth for yielding to the faster car. At this rate, I can't tell which was the better play here. You know, being brave and sticking it out, or just going in and playing it on the intermediates, because there's not really too much of a shakeup in terms of all of the standings at the moment, and we do see soft runners at all points of the grid, and we do see intermediate runners at all points of the grid, so I just can't really, I don't know, it's hard telling.
A couple more seconds though.
Can I? Yeah, I was going to ask, or say actually, that the the times through the tire deltas. So 1 minute 10s for the soft tire runners, and 1 minute 24s I saw on the intermediates. So they're losing 14 seconds per lap.
No,
because
not quite that bad. Not quite that bad. 110s for the fastest soft runners, 111s, 113s, and 114s. For the medium runner, so it is a good 2 seconds per lap though.
Okay, maybe
unless it gets really slick and you crash, I think staying on the soft was the way to go for now.
Maybe the driver that I looked on board there, it was Dark and Azrael, so maybe he made a mistake on that lap, because 1 minute 24 was his time on lap number 36, so it could be glitched, I don't know, but that's what I was reading off of.
I got it, it's glitched. His last time for me was a 111 flat on lap 36.
Okay. It's just PD being PD. I mean, there's nothing we can really do about it.
I'm sorry.
No, you're all right. I do see that Jorge does have about a 6-second gap between Talon at the moment, but Wid is definitely just dancing around this circuit at the moment. Cyrus Nicky, though, in P6, about a second behind Bobagito, might be able to get a P5 if he is fortunate enough and plays it smart. As they start the 38th lap, Cyrus Nicky is sitting comfortably in P6, and there's really nowhere to go but up for our Season 4 Division B champion. So if Cyrus can just, keep a good rhythm and really just keep his nose clean, he could see a P5 as he gets right up on the bumper of Bobagito. Both of them getting very delicate on the throttle, and the traction control definitely being the MVP of this race, keeping the car pointed in the right direction just by how much that was flaring up. If there was no traction control on it, I think that would have been a recipe for disaster. But then again, I'm up here in the booth, I'm not on the track, so I don't really know. But what I do know is Cyrus is closing that gap ever so steadily to Bobagito, and this is where the defensive driving will start coming into play. Looks like Cyrus is going to be sitting about half a second behind Bobagito for quite a while. Cyrus really hasn't gained a lot of ground or lost a lot of ground, as he's right where he started in P6. Cyrus is a free agent, and coming up into turn 1, hitting the curb, and is able to keep the car pointed in the right direction. He definitely carried a lot more speed through there than Bobagito did, because that gap is now to a 10th. It looks like Cyrus will try and make a move up the inside, but can he pull it off? It's looking like he shoots and he scores. He gets the P5. But for how long?
Guys, Moose just DC'd.
Oh, ooh.
Yeah, and I saw almost Podium DC a little bit earlier as well.
Oh, and missed that.
Oh, that was really unfortunate.
In fact, did we start with 14 or was it 13? Because we started with 14, so it's 3. We've lost 3 drivers in this race so far, then, with 11 still left on the track.
That is definitely heartbreaking to see, but I mean, these things can happen, unfortunately. Now, speaking of things happening, I do see Alicobes is currently 4 seconds behind Talon and has to get around Boku. So Talon did have a bit of a meat shield in terms of separating himself between himself and Alicobes. And I do notice we have a $10 donation from Turtle Shell. Top-notch broadcast, superior commentary. Thanks for another season of competitive racing. Thank you, Turtle Shell, for the love and support. It means a lot to all of us, from the drivers on the track to us up here in the booth. And Bobagito getting a little squirrely with excitement over the $10 dono. So look at that. Made a driver's day. Now coming in the Schloss goal for Bobagito. Cyrus is still holding on to that P5. It looks like we've got quite the intermingling of drivers. We've got some back markers, we've got some people on the lead lap, and then we've got Wid somewhere in all of this. So honestly, hold on, I'm noticing there's no rain and the track really isn't drying out either. So and Bobagito just accidentally sent it, and Boku is the one that walks away. But no, never mind. Bobagito gets a half-second penalty too. So it looks like Cyrus will be able to hold on to P5 even more. That half-second penalty will set back Boku and Bobagito a little bit, as we've seen from drivers going across the penalty line. Doesn't really affect too terribly much, all things considered, just given the sheer power of this magnificent car. But Bobagito is going to have to find a way to bounce back from this half-second penalty, Flawed.
Yeah, indeed, yeah. And something I have noticed as well, Toon, is the wind direction and the speed it's going. It seems to be picking up in speed. So this will be a problem for the drivers, particularly through the latter half of the lap. So It's something that's ever changing throughout this race. As Jorge comes into the pits from second position, of course on them intermediate tyres as well, which he would have been losing quite a fair chunk of time to win. So damage limitations for Jorge as he sinks down the grid, and Talon moves up into second, and Alico's third, Cyrus Nicky fourth, and Bobajida up into fifth. Tone.
Yeah, honestly, I think this extra pit is going to set Jorge back even further in terms of trying to get the race victory, because he's now, what, 2 pit stops down on Witt at the moment? Or could it be 1?
Well,
either way.
Yeah.
Look, oh, I see the sun
Pit to get
starting to
on
come
the
through.
mixers, and then a second pit to get off of them now, and Witt's only pitted 1 time, so he's 2 pit stops down.
Well, it is so, yeah.
All right, thank you, Tati. And yeah, it looks like the rain was just a false alarm from the looks of it, because Jorge's back on the softs, which also means Truth might be hopping on the softs as well. It's, yeah, probably, all things considered. Now, jumping on over to Alicos, who is about 3 seconds behind Talon at the moment, and about 4.5 seconds ahead of Cyrus Nicky. Alicos is definitely in a comfortable position, not really having to worry about too much. He's got a good eye on Talon, and he's definitely far enough away from Cyrus Nicky to where he could botch a corner or two and still be fine, as long as it's not the magic ballerina corner of Roush at the moment, because I don't know what's going on there. Now, since there has been no rain, a lot of these soft runners still haven't taken their second compound, so they're probably gonna have to consider going in and, you know, hopping on another set of racing tires, because unfortunately, folks, intermediates don't count for this 2 tire requirement. Oh, I'm getting word from production that it actually does. My apologies. So I guess those who hop from softs to intermediates have ticked their 2 tire requirements, and they can do anything. I'm hearing that the drivers that went from soft to soft, though, have to hop on their mediums. Now jumping over to Boku, who is currently a second behind Jorge Sr., who... Oh, I'm sorry. No, Boku's in P11 and Jorge Sr.'s up in P8, but Jorge has a very unfortunate 1-second track limit penalty. That's definitely going to hinder things. Things are definitely not looking Jorge's way at the moment, Tati.
No, not at all. The second penalty, he's down 2 pit stops, etc. Yeah, it's not looking good. And even I think people who went soft and still have to take the medium, I still think they're going to be okay. It's a long pit stop around here, and we've seen the fuel tank doesn't outlast the soft tire. So there's really no reason to go on a slower tire, because you're going to have to pit for fuel anyway. You might as well just run the softs and then jump in for a quick medium stint, 1 or 2 laps at the end if you absolutely have to. If you do, if rain doesn't come back, right? But I think softs and then, a piddly little lap or 2, I think you have to do 2 on a slower tire is the faster way to go if it stays dry.
Right, and I hope that's something that our drivers are aware of as we jump on up to Wid, who is sitting a little low on fuel at the moment, but has an insane gap between himself and Talon at 53.5 seconds. So Wid is definitely just running his own race, and given the gap, I'd say he's just out here doing some time trial laps or something, because he's running consistent 110s. As compared to Jorge's 109.4, I think Witt might be running a possibly a fuel map or something, because just given the consistency that Witt has, I don't know. He's definitely off playing by his own rules at the moment in terms of race strategy. Now making our way over to Talon, who is about 2.5 seconds ahead of Alicos and is able to survive the magic ballerina corner. So Talon's able to just keep his head down. His fuel's looking about a quarter of a tank, but is still sitting pretty well on the tire department. So yeah, these soft runners, again, are going to have to hop onto the slower tire of the mediums at some point and run, what was it, 2 laps at a minimum? Well, yeah, 2 laps at a minimum. And Talon is honestly, he's in prime position right now. If he can keep this up, everything's going to be A-okay. Alicos, though, Alicos is going to have to consider pitting within the next 3 or 4 laps, and it does beg the question, which pit stop is going to be the one that these soft runners take the mediums? Will they want to go and get it out of the way now, or are they going to want to try and, you know, take care of it towards the end? Now, Bobagito is currently right up on Cyrus Nicky. Bobagito is about a 10th down on Cyrus and trying to set himself up. Will he survive? And he does. Ooh, Cyrus kicking up a little bit of grass. That slowed him down just a touch, but not enough to actually have any significant impact. Bobagito and Cyrus are locked in a dead heat for P4. Looks like Cyrus is going to try and take the inside, and Bobagito on the out. Looks like Bobagito on the outside carried the overspeed and is able to save it as Cyrus goes into the pits. Okay. So that will put Bobagito up into P4 and now has to shave 7 seconds to go and catch up to Alicos. Wid has gone into the box, and I believe that Wid is what, about a lap and a half ahead of the rest of the field at this moment? I'm getting word from production that these guys will have to do about 19 or 20 laps on the mediums. That is, that's a long medium stint, so I hope they're ready for that. We jump over to Talon, who's currently defending his position from Alicos. Alicos is about a second and a half behind, but it looks like that gap is closing ever so slightly. Talon does have the fuel advantage, though, so he won't have to worry about boxing at this moment. As Talon starts making his way towards Red Bull Mobile, he's getting into a good rhythm. Wid and Cyrus, as well as Dark and Azriel, are now all on the mediums. Flawed, I thought we would have seen rain by now, and it looks like some of the drivers have too. Do you think the change in weather threw a wrench in their plans for strategy?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, I mean, we got a sprinkling of rain, didn't we? But not enough to really affect things on the track. And it certainly caught out quite a number of drivers. And Wid was able to, well, I mean, maybe more luck than skill, I don't know. But Wid chose the right option of staying on the slick tyre. And it's proven dividends here, as he's still got a lead over Talon, and Talon has to come in, and I do believe Talon will need to come onto the medium tyres as well. So it does look like Wid has got a very commanding lead at the top of the grid, and it's just about him keeping his composure and bringing home the race victory, I think, too.
Yeah, I definitely think that is the state of this race at the moment. Looks like Fast Cougar has a very determined Jorge behind him, though. So Fast Cougar is going to have to figure out a way to defend. But I also do see that Fast Cougar has some rear end damage and also is sitting pretty light in the fuel category. So it looks like Fast Cougar will let Jorge through as to not impede the faster driver. Bobagito has gone into the pits on 3% fuel, and looks like Jorge is going to have to pit at some point to run his medium stint. So, oh, that is right. Jorge went intermediate, so it's all softs for him at this moment. So I guess Jorge can... Okay.
It's also worth mentioning that Fast Cougar has got rear aero damage as well. So I'm not exactly sure what happened, but that is certainly going to be slowing him down.
Oh yeah, and that's going to make navigating these turns in a car that is very reliant on downforce all the more dodgy, because it's just not cooperating how it should be. So you can go in expecting one result, and instead you might send it or just lose too much grip and spin out. Now, Talon does have the luxury of being about 38 seconds ahead of Jorge Sr., so Talon doesn't have to start worrying about defending at the moment, but Talon is about 7 3/4 of a second behind Wid, so there's definitely room for Talon to close the gap, but I don't think time is going to be his best friend, as I see Talon's fuel is starting to run a little low. It's, I don't know, this is a hard race to make heads or tails of. There's so many pit stops going on, and it's kind of easy, all things considered, to start losing track of who should be where when the dust settles, Tati.
Yeah, and excuse me, it's you know, I mean, obviously I get to see who's got what in their car and who's gonna pit when, but coming out in traffic, or you know, there's still a chance that it could rain. We still got 16 laps left, guys, which is a good chunk of time here. But yeah, people starting to make what they believe will be their final pit stop, what we hope will be their final pit stop, but anything can happen. So it is hard to read.
And so I'm just reading the comments right now. So Racer 51 has just said that Cougar pulled to the side to let Wid pass because Wid actually hit him. So basically, so he went to pull to the side. Wid didn't read the intentions and hit Cougar on the rear side.
I think I saw that. I saw when that happened. I didn't realize that was the cause of the damage. Yeah.
Mm.
That is unfortunate to hear, but I mean, reading other people's intentions is pretty difficult and a skill in and of itself when you're in the heat of a very important race such as this one, where again, it is winner takes all. So you've got so many things running through your head. How's your strategy? How's the fuel looking? How's the weather looking? Yeah, there's just so many factors that, you know, things like this can indeed happen. Now, I do see Talon is probably going to have to start heading into the box either this lap or, you know, if he wants to roll the dice next lap. But judging by how Talon is... Nope. Oh, and Talon's getting a little squirrely, but he's able to hold on. That could have been a recipe for disaster, and he would have spun himself into the pits. But judging by the time Talon comes out of the box, it might be... time for him to have a little exchange with Jorge Sr. in terms of who is going to get P2. Looks like Wid is starting to pull away. That little loss of traction on Talon did cost him about a second or so in terms of the delta to Wid, but again, Talon does have to box, so all things considered, it's not really too much harm done as we jump over to Jorge Sr., who is about 18 seconds ahead of Alicos. Jorge coming through Nicky Lauda curve for the 52nd time of asking is kind of sitting in a nice rhythm as we jump over to Bobagito, who is about 12, almost 13 seconds ahead of Cyrus and about 3.5 seconds behind Alicos. But that's about to get a little further because he did just pick up a half-second track limits infringement. So, given where he is in terms of positioning between himself and Cyrus Nicky, I think Bobagito can afford to take a half-second penalty or two. Just how the game is. Talon coming in on 0 fuel, and Jorge is now coming in and really starting to find the rhythm on the soft, kind of break him in and let the car do its thing. Heading up towards Red Bull Mobile, Jorge coming in, jumping in on the curb, actually bounced, almost lost it, but was able to save it, and Jorge is definitely not running any traction control, so this is all driver skill at this point. No assist to mitigate anything, so well done to Jorge in terms of keeping control of the car. He will jump up into P2, but has quite the gap between himself and Wid. Talon coming out about 10 seconds behind Jorge, but about 15, 13, 10, a few seconds ahead of Alicos as the Delta starts to figure out the positioning for Talon. But Talon is comfortably in P3 at the moment as he starts his outlap on the racing mediums. Alicos as well on the racing mediums, just a little over I'd say actually about 2/3 of a tank of fuel, so Alico should be good for the remainder of the race. Take a look over at Boku, who is about a second behind S7R Nuke. So there is a possibility for a good battle for P10 between these two drivers. Heading through to the second time check, and about a little bit off his personal fastest, but all things considered, he's doing well and is keeping up with S7R Nuke. Gap is about a little over half a second and closing. So one good run out of here could set Boku up for a nice overtake, but it doesn't look like this corner will be the corner to really carry all of that momentum. He won't be able to really make a move coming into Nicky Lauda curve. Boku avoiding the curbing on the right, as that will unsettle the car quite a bit. And it looks like Nuke is able to start pulling away, so it looks like a bit of a game of tug-of-war between Nuke and Boku, Flawed.
Yeah, certainly the fight for not finishing last, right? It's definitely looking pretty tight. They're definitely looking on better form at this stage of the race. Just whether or not they can start propelling themselves up the grid. Yeah, I mean, obviously they're miles away from the race leader. That is Wid. 2 minutes 8 is the gap between them and Wid. So it's certainly damage limitations for the two drivers. But yeah, it looks like Boku looking really good. It looked like he was closing in on Nuke there as we get, coming out of the last turn now. And they are as close as you like, and certainly Boku is going to have that slipstream. Is he going to be able to get up the inside of Nuke? He decides better of it as he tucks back in as we come through the Nicky Lauda curve, and actually Nuke gets a better traction out of the exit, I think, Tone.
Yeah, it looks like Nuke did have the superior grip coming out of there, and I do see a little bit of moisture. Boku carried quite a bit of speed and was able to just narrowly avoid any carnage coming up into turn 3, so great job by Boku. It looks like Boku will be able to take P10 at the moment, but looks like some portions of the track are starting to get a little bit of moisture. Will the rain finally come down in the last 12 laps of this race? We're just going to have to wait and see. Boku currently defending P10 with everything he's got, and he is doing a magnificent job, taking a tight line, running out, and yeah, it looks like he is starting to slowly but surely pull away from Nuke. Nuke will definitely have a bit of a battle to try and catch up, but all hope is not lost. As they round the penultimate corner up into Red Bull Mobile, looks like Boku's going to hold on quite nicely and did a very nice run through Red Bull Mobile, all things considered. Just got onto the curb and belted it out of there. Coming up into Nicky Lauda curve, and Boku's going to still hold on. Oh, in a teensy bit squirrely coming out of there, but is able to hold on just fine and dandy. So the battle for P10 is definitely far from over at this point, folks. As we also see, Boku has caught up to Talon. So will Boku be able to unlap himself? Again, we'll just have to wait and see. I believe Talon is on the medium at the moment, so there is a sense of a tire advantage. And if Boku can get around Talon, at least he will have a nice meat shield between himself and his opponent for the battle for P10. Taking a look at Talon coming around and is holding on nicely. Yeah, it actually looks like Talon's starting to pull away as well. Ooh, a little squirrely from Boku, but Boku's able to hold on. It is absolutely terrific to see how well these drivers can manage such a, well, albeit rowdy car. Jumping on over to Nuke. Looks like Boku is definitely pulling away some more. Avoided the curbing on the inside, and Boku is all over the bumper of Talon. So I think Boku's in good position to use the slipstream to try and get further away from Nuke and cement P10. The deficit between Boku and Nuke is just slightly over 2 seconds, and it looks like staying in Talon's slip is also affording him the opportunity to start closing that gap to Fast Cougar. It is about 20 seconds though, so it might take a while, but with him in Talon's slipstream, it might not be as long as it could have been. Boku going up the inside to try and unlap himself from Talon. Will it work? And it looks like it does. So now Nuke will have to find a way to unlap himself from Talon as well, just to be able to get back into the battle for P10. Jumping over to Fast Cougar, who is about 13 seconds behind the True Serum and about 20 seconds ahead of Boku. Looks like Fast Cougar's in a bit of an island at the moment in terms of where to go, but is definitely in a spot where he can, for all things considered, relax. Coming up towards turn 3, how will Fast Cougar take it? Takes it nice and neatly and with no drama to speak of. Fast Cougar on the racing mediums at the moment as we jump over to Alicos, who is... Ooh! That was almost very disastrous. Alicos is currently 4.25 seconds behind Talon at the moment and almost about 9 seconds ahead of Bobajito. That gap is closing a little bit. Alicos is holding on as best he can and is starting to slowly but surely close the gap between himself and Talon from the looks of it. Talon is still caught in a backmarker sandwich between Boku and Nuke. So Talon doesn't really have anything to worry about in terms of positioning, but does have to worry about having to navigate these two drivers that are also trying to unlap themselves. It's quite a curious position, all things considered there, Tati.
Yeah, seeing a lot of lap traffic, I guess situations, not battles, obviously, but it's not as easy to pass them as you would think around here. I guess, obviously, dirty air is a thing, so some folks stuck behind back markers. Not that the back markers aren't moving out of the way, it's just that they can't quite get close enough to make the overtake yet. But yeah, this race is coming to a close here, and I'm still waiting. I'm still waiting to see if the skies pop, honestly.
Yeah, I'm waiting to see as well. I know heading up towards turn 3 there was a little bit of rain, but it looks like that went away. So maybe it was just maybe the track trying to psych out the other drivers. I can't tell. Mother Nature is very much unpredictable.
Yep.
So we've got a battle for P6. Sorry, go on.
Well, we sure do. I was going to say, as we see Cyrus Nicky closing up the Dark and Azrael, the battle for P6 is definitely not over yet. And heading up towards Schlossgold, will Cyrus be able to get the overtake down on Azrael? Not at this moment, but he does find quite a bit of speed going on the inside. Unfortunately, Azrael was just blocking the path a little bit, so Cyrus Nicky couldn't carry that momentum. Heading up towards Roush, and looks like Dark and Azrael will hold on to P6, so Cyrus is going to have to be pretty methodical in how he wants to get this overtake to stick on Dark and Azrael. Head up into the penultimate corner. Will Cyrus try anything? No, it doesn't look like it. Dark and Azrael keeping it within the track limits, and Cyrus Nicky is just going to have to find a moment of weakness for Dark and Azrael, because Dark and Azrael is doing a fantastic job defending his position. Coming up into Nicky Lauda curve. Looks like Cyrus getting a teensy bit squirrely, as did Azrael. I know Cyrus took quite a bit of that curb on the right side, so that could have been a lot worse than it was. Well done to both drivers for keeping control of the cars as they come up to turn 3. Cyrus getting quite a bit of the curb on that one. That will definitely have slowed him down as they head towards Schlossgold, going through the long straight. Looks like Cyrus won't be able to close the gap all that much. And Cyrus is, it's definitely a waiting game. There's 6 laps left, so it's hard telling when it'll happen. But if Cyrus can keep the pressure up, then I think Cyrus will be able to get the overtake and secure a P6 for himself. Currently sitting a little over a second under his personal fastest lap, but not giving up the ghost yet. Now, as Dark and Azrael is defending, he also does have about a 14-second gap between himself and Bobajito, and it looks like he's actually getting into the momentum to where he can turn that gap from himself and Cyrus Nicky into something a little more substantial where he won't be within slipstream range. As they head up towards turn 3, no track limit penalties to throw a wrench in the plans of Dark and Azrael. So all in all, it's business as usual. They're just making it look really easy, honestly. Jumping over to Alikos, who is currently about 3 seconds behind Talon, so the gap has closed a little bit as they are on the last 5 laps of this race. Alikos coming around the penultimate corner and also has to get around Nuke to be able to get into the battle for P3 with Talon. There is still time to get this move to stick as they jump onto lap 62 of 66. Alikos is closing that gap as best as he can as he comes through Niki Lauda curve, and he's able to hold it and keep the car pointed in the right direction, but it looks like Talon was able to just get a little bit more momentum coming out of turn 1. Heading up towards turn 3, how's this going to shake up for Alikos? And easy on the throttle, traction control, keeping the car pointed where it should be, and off he goes. Looks like Talon was able to carry a little more momentum, so I think Talon is doing a pretty good job putting some ground between himself and Alikos in P4. If he can keep this up for the next 4 laps, he will definitely have the podium in the back, Vlad.
Yeah, indeed. It's about managing the gap to the car behind, not make any silly mistakes, and try to bring home that 3rd position. But so far, so good from Talon, and he's certainly provided some good pace throughout this race, and just important for him to not let all that hard work go to waste. So at the moment, Alikos is really pushing for his life, and the gap has come beneath 3 seconds, but with 4 laps remaining as we're on lap number 63 of 66. Alikos is really going to need to pull it out the bag, but at the moment it's looking like 3rd position is Talon's so far, without any commentators' curses.
Yeah, that definitely appears to be the case. And also, I just want to make note, I think the only people currently on the lead lap are Wid, Jorge, Talon, and Alikos, because Wid's been running consistent 110s, and Bobagito's about 12 seconds behind Alikos. So I think, those are the only 4 drivers in this race on the lead lap. So they're going to be doing everything they can. I mean, even just looking at the prize pool for, P1 through, 10, it's a really good position to be in, all things considered. You're still walking away with a decent amount of winnings, and, all the drivers are going to, at least at the very minimum, get their entry fee back if they did pay through cash. I mean, if you paid through things like the McNaughty VIP membership, which is definitely worth the money if you are considering joining a channel membership for this channel, mind you. Lots of great content, and you get a fun little badge next to your name. So definitely consider that. Now, Alikos has gotten around Nuke, so Alikos now has to find a way to close the last 2.5 seconds to himself and Talon with only 2 laps remaining. Alikos has a tall order, but it definitely isn't impossible. Anything can happen. Ooh, Alikos getting a little squirrely. That'll throw a slight wrench in the plans, but not enough to really do any harm. Alikos now just has to keep his eyes forward, keep all 4 tires where they should be, and just drive like a madman. Ooh, maybe not that mad, though, because that car is getting very squirrely with those racing mediums. Coming up to the penultimate corner, looks like Talon's able to pull away for the most part, but isn't going to get too far because Alikos, oh my lord, Alikos is definitely pushing this car as much as humanly possible, Vlad. I don't know if he's overdriving or if there's just a change in the dynamics of the car just due to the light fuel load on those medium tires.
Certainly the track temperature would be a lot lower than at the start of the race, but certainly the medium tyres not as grippy, so they have to be a little bit smoother on the gas. But of course, Alikos wants that 3rd position, so he is pushing like mad to try to close that gap to Talon right now. But Talon's fuel is looking a little bit worse for wear at the moment. His fuel, the red light is flashing, so we can't see the delta for our eyes at the moment, but it's looking like he may need to do a little bit of fuel saving in the last 2 laps, I think, Tone.
I am definitely inclined to agree with you as they are rounding off the penultimate lap to get onto the final lap. Talon is at a bit of a fuel deficit in terms of Alikos, or fuel advantage, depending on how you want to look at it. His car is definitely going to be lighter than Alikos, but as we can see, that gap is now just plummeting like a boulder. And taking a look at Wid, who comes across the line to become our Season 5 Division Champion. He went back-to-back. Congratulations to Wid. Jumping on over to Jorge Sr., who will be rounding off his final lap. Now, it looks like he is very comfortably going to take that silver medal for Division 5. Jorge Sr. did a fantastic run this season, and I know that he's going to be coming back for Season 6 with a lot more motivation just to try and get that championship. Well done to Jorge. Now making our way to the battle for the last podium spot. Looks like Talon is still going to be holding on, but he's going to have to play it a little gingerly. I don't know if he's got a fuel map on or if he's shut it off to try and get as far away from Alikos as possible, but that gap is now under a second. Talon has to take these last two corners as perfectly as possible, lest he lose out the last podium position at the final race due to fuel or what have you. That gap is getting very close. Oh my God, he's going to lose it. He's going to lose it. They're about to be side by side. And Talon just barely holds on by 1/10 of a second.
Wow.
Crazy.
Oh. If that finish line was 50 feet further, Talon would not have been able to hold on. That was
the neutral Red Bull corner there.
yeah. Oh my God. Congratulations to Wid for the championship victory.
Wow.
Woo! That was a race. Now, taking a look at the results for this final round, taking the championship will be Wid with an overall race time of 1 hour, 19 minutes, 34 seconds, 0.104. Coming in behind with the fastest lap overall will be PHG's Jorge Sr. Rounding out our podium will be Talon, who almost lost it to Alikos in a do-or-die last corner. Rounding out our top 5 will be Bobajito, followed by Dark and Azriel, Cyrus Nicky, S7R's The True Serum, PHG Fast Cougar QC, GI Boku, S7R Nuke, and then our drivers that unfortunately couldn't finish the race will be Moose, Almost Podium, and PHG Lyric. That was a heartthrob right at the end. I didn't know how that was going to go for a sec. I thought Talon may have ran out of fuel or something, but Flawed, what do you think of the race we just saw?
Yeah, absolute phenomenal race. I mean, the excitement carried through right to the end. It could have been hit or miss for Talon right at the end, where he just about secured that P3 away from Alikos. But it was certainly a race that we couldn't call how it was going to go. It looked really tight between Wid and Jorge at the start, but Wid made the right call. And unfortunately for Jorge, lost so much time choosing the intermediates when it wasn't wet enough. But of course, it was on that edge, wasn't it? Where, is it going to rain hard enough that you need to pick the wet tyres, or do you stay out on the slick tyres? And we got lucky there, chose to stay out on the soft tyres, and it was a phenomenal victory for Wid, and an absolute classic of all the races we have in the NRL and Season 5. What a phenomenon it's been, team.
Oh, absolutely. Just a phenomenal race, a masterclass in driving from all of our Division A drivers. There's a reason why I call them world-class drivers, and that's why those drivers could definitely get up onto the GTWS stage and just mop the floor with whomever they're up against. Now, Tati, I don't know about you, but I was kind of hoping for some rain. Were you? Because I'm a little disappointed we didn't get to see, Mother Nature give it her A game.
Mike, and maybe tried a little rain dance or something in the living room here, but I was hoping for it as well, because I love how it throws a wrench into everything. We got the little tease, and I think that for a lot of people, the race came down to that rain fake out. Like Jorge, like you said, was keeping it very close with Wid. I think he had similar pace, though I think Wid stayed behind him more to save fuel than anything else. But certainly by popping the cork too soon on the inters, only to find out that we never needed them. That definitely killed his race and killed that of several others. So congratulations. I think that might have changed the race for more people than Spins did.
Yeah. Honestly, I'm inclined to agree with you. From Spins to weather fake outs, that was a very, very unpredictable race. But I think instead of getting our thoughts, I think it's time we get the thoughts of our podium finishers. So we are going to start off with our back-to-back champion in WID. WID, how are you feeling after that race?
I'm feeling pretty good. I'm tired. That was a tough one.
Yeah, that was definitely a long haul. So I do just have one question. When you were going through the race and you saw the rain start coming in, at what point in there were you thinking, okay, I am not going to have to hop on the intermediates?
I don't know if it was really ever a certainty, but I knew that from practicing before that there's still a little time to react, even if it starts raining at this setting. So even if it comes down and you see that little moisture gauge rising, you still have time to get into the pits. You don't have to get in and go in when it's still dry and hop on inters. So I was just kind of planning on just seeing where it went. And I was looking at the radar, and all these little kind of splotches of clouds were sort of dodging the track. So it worked out well for me.
That it did. Tati, any questions for our back-to-back Division A champion?
Congratulations. And I think, did you win every race?
I did, yeah.
Yes, you did. You did. So a full sweep all around, man. Just in the league of your own, honestly. We need a Division X or something for you, WID. But my question was about that strategy call to stay out on the soft rather. I've actually never seen anyone stay out on the soft with the track approaching that first line like that. So well done playing around with it. Did it slow you down at all, or is it still dry enough that you can carry your full speed?
I mean, you had to, the lap times dropped a little bit, but it was never anywhere near uncomfortable.
Gotcha. I didn't think so. You were running pretty quickly, even when you switched to, or even when the track started to get wet there. So you just absolutely ran away with it. And then I'm guessing when you saw that it never got any wetter, did you just immediately think, I've won this thing? Because I mean, everyone behind you kind of, they jumped, or most people behind you.
Yeah, I mean, it's never a certainty. This car's so easy to crash. I knew that. I mean, when I saw P2 go in and put on inters, I was feeling pretty good. I just knew that I had to, keep it clean. I kind of, dropped back, threw on a little bit more traction control, and just kind of wanted to be consistent and bring it home.
Nice job. Congratulations, WID. You deserve it.
Thanks.
All right, Flawed, any questions for our champion?
Yeah, absolutely. Massive congratulations to you, WID. I've obviously been watching you throughout the season. You are back-to-back NRL champion and champion for season 5, and you do join the greats. That is Mullet, who also achieved that feat as well. So, I mean, how is that feeling for you?
It feels pretty great. I don't know if it's really sunk in yet. I've been really nervous about this race, so it's done, and I don't know what to do. I guess just wait like everyone else for next season.
It's clearly not sunk in yet, but it was an absolute phenomenal performance from you yet again. As Tati mentioned, winning every single race this season, and even last season you won pretty much every race apart from one, which you could say maybe wasn't your fault. But just talking about the race, so So obviously, yeah, Jorge decided to go onto the intermediates, who was directly behind you. I mean, obviously, you was having a bit of a ding-dong battle between you two. You couldn't really call what was going to happen. And then, what were your thoughts when you saw him come in for the intermediates? Did you think, oh, maybe I've made a wrong call here? Maybe the rain is going to come in and it's going to catch me out? Or was you confident that the rain wasn't ever going to make a big difference and it was definitely the slick weather to stay on the soft tires?
I don't think I was confident either way that one of us made the right or wrong call. I just knew the only thing I was confident on was that it was a bit too early to go in. So I was confident in staying out for at least one more lap, seeing what happened, and then I kind of zoomed in on the radar a little bit, and it looked like the clouds were going to miss us. So once I saw that there was kind of a clear line for those clouds to pass by us, I started, looking ahead and trying to keep it clean.
Well, certainly you kept it clean there, and so no nerves after that. No kind of little mishaps or little moments where you felt you almost lost the car. It was just about trying to be consistent, be nice and smooth, and just bring home the victory. I mean, sort of. With that car, you can try and be consistent all you want, but it still seems like every lap you're just white knuckling it through every corner. So that car just will throw you at the least expected time. Yeah, indeed. But it looks very composed from you out there, and I have to give you a big congratulations for a fantastic season 5 and NRL season 5 champion. So congratulations to you. Yeah, thank you so much, and you guys did a great job as well. It's always a pleasure racing with everyone here and listen to you guys on the broadcast. So great job. Appreciate you, McNaughty, for putting this together again, and great job, Jorge and Talon. It was a good race, good battle, and Jorge at the beginning there. It was awesome. So yeah, thanks guys. Appreciate the compliment, Wid.
All right. Yeah, congratulations. Hopefully you can enjoy a celebratory beverage of your choice, and you can just, relax and let the feeling sink in. You did it back to back. That's no easy feat. Yep, that's the plan. I got a beverage waiting for me. So, yeah, appreciate it. Well, then let us not hold you up any further. You go get your drink on, and we'll see you out in the wild, man. All right, thanks. See you guys. Making our way over to our P2 finisher, PHG's Jorge Sr. Jorge, how are you feeling after that race?
Oh, what's up, everyone? Yeah, I'm feeling not necessarily disappointed that I lost, because Wid is obviously very fast. Just more disappointed that I made a really stupid decision again. So, yeah, I mean, that sucks, but it is what it is. I can totally empathize with that feeling. Luckily for you, there's other leagues coming up after this, so always a good opportunity to bounce back. But I do want to ask you a question, and not in regards to your strategy, but navigating the circuit. So during the race, we saw people spinning out in turn 4, I think it was. Just out of nowhere getting onto the curb. When you were doing practicing, did you ever have that mishap happen to you? And if so, how did you adjust your strategy in terms of navigating the circuit? I mean, yeah, turn 4. Yeah, you just know that curb on the outside, you really can't touch it. Or if you do touch it, you have to just very gingerly get on the power. So just try and stay off that curb the whole time, pretty much. Okay. There's certain curbs that are fine and won't really disrupt the car, and then certain curbs that just are going to be a problem, especially in that car, certain gears, etc.
All right, I misspoke. It was actually turn 6. I'm sorry about that. But yeah, I'm sure the point still remains. Plot?
Yeah, well, congratulations on that second position. Yeah, I mean, obviously it was no secret that the weather did catch you out. But what was your mentality after that? What was your
hopes and the strategy going forward?
Well, so just to explain what happened with the weather very briefly, on my radar, I did see a large dark blue bubble or cloud, whatever, that looked like it was going to hit. And I thought, if I don't change, I might get caught out, which is the wrong decision, obviously. But that's why. I wasn't worried about the moisture that was currently on the track. The car's fine up until you get to that first level or even past the first level. So that's why. And then that cloud or whatever it was didn't hit. And then so once I was on the intermediates and I realized how bad of a mistake I made, then it's, well, do I just go right back in and put on softs, or do I run these out? And then if I'm going to run them out, then I need to run them out until lap, what was it, like 41 or something, so that I could put on softs and then run those to the end, or I'd have to stop and put on mediums, so that was basically, I realized I'd screwed up. And then at that point I was just like, well, whatever, I guess I'll just run these for 3 or 4 or 5 more laps, whatever it was, throw on some more softs, and then just take those to the end.
Okay, fair enough. I mean, it was a great performance from you still, and great fight back and stuff. But one other question I was going to ask you. So I did notice that the wind did change quite a bit during the race. It kind of remained in the same direction, maybe changed a little bit, but the speed of the wind did change quite greatly. Did it make a big difference to the car in terms of taking the corners and stuff?
I didn't even notice the wind, and I felt like I was under so much pressure because I had made that mistake. Well, plus in the beginning of the race, I had Wid, chasing me down the whole time. And I was thinking about so many different things. I knew he was probably saving fuel. If you short shift a little bit, you're going to gain like 2 seconds in the pits per stop. And I was sitting there driving thinking, I know that's what he's doing. So I was trying to do that myself. And looking at the weather and all that pressure, I was just driving like crap, just really just like mashing the brake and the car into the turn. So the whole race, I just felt like I was kind of overdriving the car, trying to push it too hard. So to sort of answer your question, I did notice that, I wasn't driving well, but at no point did I think that was wind related. I just thought, I'm just pushing too hard because I got all this other stuff going on and that I'm thinking about.
Fair enough. I mean, it was still a great performance from you, and very easy. Obviously we didn't see the weather radar, but very easy to sort of catch out yourself and other drivers in terms of how much rain would have come down and whether or not to use the tires. But congratulations on that second position. And Tati, have you got any thoughts, questions?
Yes, Jorge. Congratulations on getting second place. I can hear the disappointment in your voice. You're disappointed with yourself because you're a huge competitor. But honestly, chin up, because even with the misstep in strategy there, you still came out of this thing in second place after dominating. Even Witt is saying that you were definitely faster than him. Like you did your big one, and we'll see you next season.
Yeah, thank you. Appreciate it. I do want to say congratulations to Wid. I didn't say anything in the race chat. I had to jump up and start feeding my dog because it's a little past due. But so congratulations to Wid and I think Talon, right? Yeah, Talon. Thanks to McNaughty and you guys and everyone who puts the whole thing on. I'm sure there's people behind the scenes that I don't know about or we don't know about. So I'm sure it's a lot of work. The season was a lot of fun, and I appreciate everything you guys did.
Appreciate it.
Yeah, we really appreciate that. That is very high praise. But I guess go relax, have yourself a beverage, unwind, and I know I'll be seeing you out and about probably here within the next few weeks. So yeah, I'll see you later, Jorge.
Thanks. Way ahead of you. Already on to my second one. Have a good one, guys.
Fantastic.
See ya.
Yeah.
All right. Now making our way over to our P3 recipient in Talon. Talon, how are you feeling?
I'm feeling pretty good. How are you guys doing?
Pretty good. Honestly, feeling pretty good. I know you got the inverted P1, still P1, all things considered. That bronze is just a mistake. But I got to ask, what happened on that last corner because Alikos was right there.
Yeah, well, first and foremost, I don't know if you guys can hear this, but
Yeah.
guys, if I was close to Hanky's, I'd be headed there. But I just have to raid the fridge for now. And like George, that's actually my second one because that race was so stressful. I threw the first one down already. If I'm being completely transparent, going into the last lap or lap and a half, I think I had about a 2.5, maybe 2 3/4 second lead. So I kind of took it easy. Just really trying to take care of the car and everything. And I knew I could go through a few of the turns at 90% and still come out ahead, So, the last couple turns, I was just playing it really chill. And that's probably why there was a big, time loss there, which obviously I'm okay with as long as I don't get past there at the end. But, at one point in the race, he was like 5 or 6 seconds back and he whittled that gap down to like 2.5, 3 seconds, but then it kind of held there for the last 7, 8, 9 laps. So just on that last lap again, I was just taking it super easy. Tired, the concentration was starting to lapse and everything, so I figured just don't do anything stupid. Big difference between third and fourth. So yeah, I was just kind of taking it easy there.
Rightfully so. I mean, after a long race like that, I'd be wanting to take it easy towards the tail end as well. Tati, any questions for Talon?
Yes, Talon. I don't think I saw you put a foot wrong. Like, I don't even think you got a penalty. Are you? I know you just admitted it takes a lot of concentration to drive this car, but like, are you a fan of it? Do you drive it a lot?
Honestly, I hadn't really driven it much before this final event. Like when the car dropped, I remember it was one of the time trials at Monza, I believe. So I jumped in it and I went around Monza, and it was a handful. Not sure if it was the track or what. It seemed a little bit easier than I remember to drive around this track, but I'm just glad I didn't make any like really stupid and foolish mistakes like I did last week at Suzuka, going off once, getting the slicks on a little bit of a wet bit of the track and went off, which obviously really hurt my race. But the intent obviously is to just not make any mistakes and go as fast as you can and try to make the right calls at the right time. And I figured I would need a little help from Mother Nature, I guess, to help secure that. And that rain coming in and not really knowing what to do and just kind of guessed to stayed out. And, Jorge went in and I still wasn't able to catch him. He had a whole pit stop on me regardless, but just making that right call there only helped. And then the second stint, I was getting really nervous because, as my fuel was running low, I was about 25 laps in, which is where I was planning on pitting, another cloud came in. So I ran a little bit long on that second stint, longer than I would have wanted to, just to see what would happen. And the extra lap or two didn't even help because, I went into the pits and I still didn't really know what was going on. It was just a light green color, but sometimes it had some of the dark blue in there, and that can turn into a problem real quick. Ultimately rolled the dice and made the right choice there, threw the mediums on for the end. With the weather being random, originally I was planning on doing soft, medium, soft, but you don't want to use the mediums and then throw away a set of softs essentially if it rains later. So it was always softs for about 25, refuel all the way, softs for about 25, and then pit for the mediums and just take enough fuel to get to the end. I think the second stint I went 27 or 28 on the softs or something like that. But, just kind of waiting to see if any rain was going to come and see what happened. But, it ended up working out.
Honestly, that was my only question for you there because, like I said, like almost no mistakes that I could see. Congratulations, third place in a crazy championship like this is wild.
Yeah, given the talent pool that's in this league, and then throwing everyone together in the last race, I'm actually very happy with third. So I'll take that.
Yeah.
All right, Flawed, any questions?
I mean, to be honest, I'm struggling here, but because Talon has pretty much answered everything I was going to say. But congratulations on that third position. I was going to say, to be honest, so you started in 5th position.
You had the likes of Bobagido, Moose, Jorge, obviously Wid in front of you. I mean, at the start of the race, what kind of a position was you aiming for or hoping to get? And obviously grabbing that third position in the end. How pleased are you of your performance?
Yeah, like I said, I'm pretty happy with that. I didn't really make any major mistakes the whole race, which is all I was really going for. Of course, I screwed up some apexes and stuff like that here and there, but for all intents and purposes, I don't think I could have done much better, especially over such a long race. And at the beginning, man, I can't wait to go back and watch the broadcast, but I think I was in third or fourth place at the beginning, and the pack of us kind of started getting away from the guys in fifth and behind. I don't know if they were just fighting or what, but then Bobagido started catching me pretty quick, and he caught up to me, and I defended through one turn, and then I thought, you know what, I'm not even going to defend. We still have 50 some laps to go, and then he kind of bump drafted me, so we weren't really on the same page there. But then he got a run coming out of turn 3, and I just gave up the inside and let him go, which was probably the best call, right? Because you don't want to throw away a bunch of time fighting someone so early in the race, especially when you have a little bit of a gap with the pack behind. So other than that, I didn't have a whole lot of actual racing in here. It was just a matter of putting in the laps, getting the most out of the fuel. I was short shifting a little bit, as I think Wade or George mentioned. The fuel rate was pretty slow, 3 liters per second. So any bit you could save going in to the pits, would really help. It was just a matter of kind of putting in the laps and keeping an eye on the weather and keeping an eye on the fuel and just trying to keep it on the black stuff. And again, it worked out. So, I mean, honestly, to finish third in an NRL, I'm actually pretty happy about that.
I'm glad you are, because it was a great performance from you. As you said, you kept it on the black stuff. You kept it between the white lines. It was pretty much faultless from you. Very consistent. And congratulations on third position. Fantastic performance from you. And hopefully you'll go and celebrate that as well as the 2 beers that you've just drunk.
Yeah, I will. Thank you, sir.
No problem. So,
yeah, thank you so much for your time, Talon. Congratulations on being a podium finalist for Division A, and can't wait to see you out and about. And remember, you're still P1 in our hearts.
I appreciate that, Tune, and I want to echo what the other guys said. Big thanks to McNaughty for putting this on. This is far and away better than anything PD do. Congrats to Wid and Jorge for their finishes, and everyone who managed to finish this one and had good races and good fun, and anyone who was near me. I appreciate you guys racing. We'll see you guys around, and see you in the next one.
Alrighty. And with all of that, it's about that time we wrap this up. So before we sign off, we'd like to go and give one final thank you to our sponsors. For one last time this season, a very special thank you to Hankey's Tavern in Old Town Florissant. Beautiful place, great food, great beverages. If you're in the area, go and check them out. You will not be disappointed. I can guarantee you that. And remember, if you ain't first, we're up until 1 a.m. I'd also like to give one last thank you to Little J CPA for sponsoring the NRL's 5th season. Tax season may be over, but making sure everything is looking good when it's time for the IRS to start poking their noses, that's a year-round endeavor. So be sure to check out Little J CPA, and you can steer clear of tax troubles with Little J CPA. And with all of that said and done, it is sadly time to bring not only this broadcast to a close, but also Season 5 of the NRL in general. Thank you to, first of all, Leo, T-Case, and Slow-Mo. I know you guys couldn't be here. And we'd also like to give a big thank you to all of you watching at home. It has been a privilege to be able to entertain you all for this season, and we hope we'll see you all in the future. And if you want to catch up with any of us in the off season, you can find Tati over at prideofthedragon.com, where that event should be coming up soon. Am I correct in saying that, Tati?
A week from today over at the Tail of the Dragon, North Carolina.
Yep. So you can find Tati live and in person over there. You can find Flawed over on Twitch, where he will be racing or playing some retro games, or being a cowboy and playing Red Dead Redemption 2. You can find me on Twitch, where I yell and play whatever tickles my fancy. So with all of that, until next time, please stay safe, stay well fed, take care of one another, and we hope to see you all out and about very soon. Good night.